Thermopylae is a place of deep history and lasting meaning. It is a narrow strip of land that has become famous because of one of the bravest stands ever made. Over 2,000 years ago, a small band of warriors held back an enormous army. Their courage and sacrifice have echoed through time, inspiring people all over the world. In this chapter, we will introduce the story of Thermopylae and explain why it still holds such a powerful place in our hearts today. Imagine a narrow, winding path between steep mountains and a vast sea. This is Thermopylae. In ancient times, this small pass was the setting for a battle that would change the course of history. Here, a few hundred Greek soldiers, led by their king, faced an enemy with tens of thousands of soldiers. They knew that the odds were against them, yet they stood firm. Their determination and bravery turned a simple narrow path into a symbol of hope and defiance. Today, visitors come to this place to feel the spirit of those ancient warriors and to remember that even a small group can stand against great power. The battle at Thermopylae took place in an era when Greece was not a single nation but a collection of independent city-states. Each city-state had its own customs, laws, and way of life. Despite their differences, the people of Greece shared a common goal. They cherished their freedom. The Persian Empire, led by King Xerxes, was growing larger and more powerful by the day. Xerxes dreamed of expanding his empire, and the Greeks were his next target. His army was vast, with men from many lands and cultures. Yet the Greeks believed that their love of freedom was worth more than the size of any army. Among the many Greek warriors, the Spartans are the most famous. They were known for their strict discipline, rigorous training, and deep sense of honor. Their lives were devoted to military service and the defense of their homeland. King Leonidas of Sparta is a name that has been remembered through the ages. He led his soldiers with calm strength and unwavering courage. Under his guidance, a small force of Spartans, along with a few brave allies from other Greek city-states, made the heroic choice to defend Thermopylae. They knew that they might not win the battle, but they also knew that their stand would send a message to the world, that even the smallest group of free men could challenge the greatest empire. The choice of Thermopylae as the battleground was not random. The geography of the area gave the Greeks a natural advantage. The pass was very narrow, which meant that the large Persian army could not use its full strength. In a wide, open field, the Persians would have been able to surround the Greeks and use their numbers to crush them. But at Thermopylae, the narrow path forced the enemy to fight in single file. This meant that every soldier in the Greek line had an important role to play. The tight space allowed the Greeks to use their skill and discipline to hold back the enemy. It was a perfect example of how knowledge of the land can help even a small force stand against a larger one. For the Greeks, the battle was more than just a fight for survival. It was a stand for their way of life. The city-states of Greece were proud of their traditions and their freedom. They did not want to be ruled by a foreign king who would take away their rights and force them to live under harsh laws. When King Xerxes advanced with his huge army, the Greeks saw this as a threat not only to their cities but also to the idea of freedom itself. The warriors who fought at Thermopylae were aware that their actions would be remembered by future generations. They fought not just for the moment, but to show the world that freedom is a value worth defending. The legacy of Thermopylae has been told and retold for many centuries. In ancient times, historians recorded the details of the battle. Later, poets and artists found inspiration in the tale of the brave Spartans. Their story has been shared in books, in plays, and even in modern movies. This enduring legacy is a reminder that the true measure of a person is not the size of his army, but the strength of his heart. The sacrifice made at Thermopylae has come to symbolize the power of courage and the importance of standing up for what is right, even when the odds seem impossible. Many people today look back on Thermopylae as a symbol of hope and resistance. When challenges arise, whether in personal life or in the larger world, The story of those ancient warriors reminds us that even in the darkest moments, a brave few can light the way. Their example teaches us that it is not always the size of the force that matters, but the spirit of the people who stand together in the face of overwhelming challenges. This simple yet powerful lesson is what makes the story of Thermopylae so compelling. The battle also reminds us of the human side of war. The warriors of Thermopylae were not just soldiers. They were people with families, hopes, and dreams. They left behind loved ones and a way of life they cherished. Their decision to stand and fight was not made lightly. Every man who took up his shield and spear did so knowing that the price of failure could be the loss of everything he held dear. In this way, Thermopylae is a story of personal sacrifice as much as it is a tale of military strategy. It is a story about the choices that define us and the courage it takes to make them. In the quiet moments after the battle, when the echoes of clashing swords had faded, the memory of those who fought remained strong. Their sacrifice was not in vain. The story of Thermopylae spread across the lands and served as a spark for future resistance against tyranny. It reminded all who heard it that freedom must be fought for and that the spirit of a people can never be truly broken. The legacy of Thermopylae is one of hope, a hope that continues to inspire even today. Today, when people learn about Thermopylae, they learn more than just a military clash. They learn about the power of unity, the value of sacrifice, and the strength that comes from a shared belief in something greater than oneself. The narrow pass of Thermopylae has become a monument to all those who have dared to stand up for their beliefs. It is a place where the past speaks to the present, urging us to remember that the fight for freedom is never in vain. As we begin this journey into the history of Thermopylae, let us pause to honor the memory of those who fought there. Their courage and their willingness to face a mighty enemy remind us that even when the future seems uncertain, there is always hope. Their story is one of light shining through the darkness, a beacon that calls us to be brave and to stand together. The lessons of Thermopylae are simple, yet they are as important today as they were in ancient times. In the chapters to come, we will explore every detail of the events that unfolded at Thermopylae. We will learn about the leaders and the warriors, the strategies they used, and the hard choices they had to make. For now, in this opening chapter, we celebrate the legacy of Thermopylae, a legacy that teaches us the value of honor, the strength of unity, and the everlasting power of courage. Let the memory of those ancient warriors guide us, and let their story remind us that every great journey begins with a single brave step. The legacy of Thermopylae lives on in every heart that dares to stand up against injustice, in every mind that believes in the worth of freedom, and in every soul that finds strength in the face of overwhelming odds. Their story is not just history, it is a living lesson for all of us. The Persian Empire was one of the greatest empires in the ancient world. It stretched from the lands of Egypt in the west to the edges of India in the east. Under the rule of powerful kings, the empire grew large and strong. In this chapter, we will explore the life and rule of King Xerxes, the ruler of Persia during the time of the famous Battle of Thermopylae. Xerxes was born into a royal family that had already built an empire of great wealth and power. His father, Darius I, was a wise and experienced ruler who had expanded the empire even further. Darius built roads, supported trade, and made sure that the people of the empire could communicate across great distances. When Xerxes came to the throne, he inherited not only a vast land but also a legacy of strong leadership. From the beginning, Xerxes wanted to show that he was a ruler of great strength. He believed that his empire was meant to be the greatest in the world. To do this, he looked to the lands beyond Persia for new challenges. One of these challenges came from Greece, a land known for its brave warriors and independent city-states. Xerxes saw the Greeks as both a threat and an opportunity. He wanted to bring Greece under his control and add its glory to that of Persia. Xerxes was not only ambitious but also very proud. He believed that his power came from the gods and that his rule was destined. This belief made him determined to show the world the greatness of Persia. He spent a great deal of time planning and preparing for an invasion of Greece. His advisors and generals worked together to create a plan that would use the full might of the Persian Empire. The Persian army under Xerxes was a mix of many different peoples and cultures. Soldiers came from all over the empire, and they brought with them different styles of fighting. There were Persian warriors who were well trained in the use of bows and spears. There were also troops from Egypt, Babylon, and many other lands. This mix of cultures and fighting styles was both a strength and a challenge for Xerxes. On one hand, it showed the vast reach of the empire. On the other, it meant that the Persian army had to learn to work together as one force. One of the remarkable things about the Persian Empire was its system of government. The empire was divided into different regions called satrapies. Each satrapy was ruled by a governor who reported directly to the king. This system helped Xerxes manage such a large and diverse empire. It also allowed him to gather resources and soldiers from far-off lands. For Xerxes, the unity of his empire was a source of strength as he prepared to march towards Greece. As the time for the invasion drew near, Xerxes set out grand plans to build a fleet of ships and assemble an army so large that it could overwhelm any opponent. Historians tell us that Xerxes' army numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Although the exact number is hard to confirm, what is clear is that the Persian forces were vast compared to the small armies of the Greek city-states. Xerxes believed that with such overwhelming numbers, the Greeks would have no chance to resist. The preparations for the campaign were both impressive and complex. In the Persian capital of Persepolis, artisans and laborers were busy building bridges, ships, and supplies needed for the journey. The king ordered large-scale projects that took years to complete. The roads were improved and communication lines were established to coordinate the many parts of the empire. All of these efforts were made to ensure that when Xerxes marched on Greece, his army would be well-equipped and ready for battle. Even with all the preparations, Xerxes faced challenges. One of the main challenges was the need to control and coordinate soldiers from different regions. The Persian army was not a uniform force. It was a collection of many different groups. Each group had its own language and customs. To bring them together, Xerxes relied on skilled commanders who could give clear orders and make sure that everyone fought as one unit. This task was not easy, but the experience of the Persian military had taught them how to work together under a strong central command. Xerxes was also very interested in the religious and cultural life of his empire. He saw himself as a protector of many gods and traditions. In his view, the success of his campaign would show that the Persian way of life was blessed by the gods. Temples were built, and great ceremonies were held to honor the divine favor that Xerxes believed was on his side. This blend of politics, military power, and religion was a key part of how the Persian Empire operated. Despite his power, Xerxes was not without his critics. Some of the Persian nobles and advisors were worried about the risks of such a large campaign. They knew that the Greeks were fierce fighters even if they were fewer in number. These advisors argued that the invasion might lead to long and difficult wars far from the heart of the empire. However, Xerxes was determined. He believed that the rewards of conquering Greece would far outweigh the risks. In his mind, any challenges could be overcome with the might of his armies and the wisdom of his plans. The idea of invading Greece was not entirely new to the Persians. Xerxes' father, Darius, had already tried to bring Greece under Persian control. Although Darius had achieved some victories, he was eventually forced to retreat after setbacks in battle. The memories of these earlier campaigns played a role in how Xerxes planned his own invasion. He studied the mistakes of the past and sought to improve on them. His goal was clear: This time Persia would win and the glory of the empire would shine even brighter. Xerxes was known for his grand style and love of splendor. He built magnificent palaces and gardens, and he sponsored great works of art. This love for beauty and grandeur was also seen in his military campaigns. The invasion of Greece was not just a war. It was a statement of Persian power and culture. Xerxes wanted his subjects and enemies alike to see that Persia was a land of wealth, beauty, and strength. The massive preparations for the campaign were designed to impress everyone with the might of the empire. As Xerxes' forces moved toward Greece, the Persian Empire showed both its strength and its unity. Soldiers marched from far-off lands and ships set sail on the great seas. The king's ambition and determination were clear for all to see. For Xerxes, this was more than a military campaign. It was a turning point in the history of his empire. His aim was to create a legacy that would be remembered for generations. In the grand scheme of things, the campaign against Greece was a moment when the fate of many peoples was decided. For the Greeks, it was a fight for their freedom and way of life. For the Persians, it was a chance to prove their superiority and bring new lands under their rule. The clash of these two worlds would change history, and Xerxes was at the heart of it all. The Persian Empire under Xerxes was a land of contrasts. On one side, it was a place of great wealth, art, and culture. On the other, it was a vast machine of war built to conquer and control. This dual nature is what made the empire so powerful and complex. It was a place where beauty and brutality could exist side by side. Xerxes' reign was marked by both splendor and conflict, as he sought to bring order and greatness to a diverse and sprawling empire. Even as Xerxes planned his invasion, the people of Persia went about their lives with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger. They saw their empire as a great civilization that stood above all others. This sense of pride and unity helped to fuel the king's ambitions. The Persian people believed in their destiny, and they supported the idea that their empire could conquer the known world. As we look at the life and rule of Xerxes, we see a man who was both a dreamer and a doer. He had grand visions for his empire and worked hard to make those visions a reality. His story is one of ambition, power, and the struggle to maintain unity in a vast and diverse land. Through his actions, Xerxes left a mark on history that would be remembered long after the battles were fought and the empires changed. In the coming chapters, we will see how the ambitions of Xerxes and the might of the Persian Empire set the stage for one of the most famous battles in history. The clash between the Persian forces and the small band of Greek warriors at Thermopylae was a moment of great importance. It was a battle that would show the world that even the largest empire could be challenged by a few brave souls. The story of Xerxes and his Persian Empire is not just about conquest. It is also about the clash of cultures, the meeting of different ways of life, and the struggle for power and freedom. By understanding the strength and ambition of Xerxes, we gain insight into the forces that drove the Persian invasion of Greece. His story helps us see why the battle at Thermopylae was not an isolated event, but part of a larger struggle between two great civilizations. It reminds us that history is a tapestry woven from many threads. Each decision, each battle, and each act of courage contributes to the overall picture. In this chapter, we have explored the Persian Empire under Xerxes. We have learned about the vastness of the empire, the ambitious nature of its king, and the many preparations made for the invasion of Greece. We have seen how Xerxes' vision for Persia was built on both the might of his armies and the rich culture of his people. As we move forward, this understanding of Xerxes and his empire will help us appreciate the full impact of the events that took place at Thermopylae and beyond. In ancient Greece, there was not one single nation but many small independent cities known as city-states. Each city-state, or polis, had its own way of life, laws, and traditions. These city-states were like small families. each proud and protective of their own identity. Yet, as the shadow of the mighty Persian Empire grew longer over the horizon, these differences began to matter less than the need to stand together. In this chapter, we explore how the Greeks found themselves on the brink of a great challenge and how rising tensions set the stage for a united stand against a common enemy. For many years, the Greek city-states had lived in relative peace with one another. They often competed in sports, art, and trade. Festivals were held to honor the gods, and citizens from different cities met to share ideas and celebrate their culture. However, beneath this peaceful surface, rivalries and disagreements were always present. The city of Athens, with its focus on art, learning, and democracy, often found itself at odds with Sparta, known for its strict military discipline and simple way of life. Other city-states, like Corinth and Thebes, had their own interests and ambitions. When news reached Greece that the vast Persian Empire was moving closer, fear and uncertainty began to spread among these city-states. Many people worried that their way of life, their hard-won freedoms, and their traditions could soon be lost. Even though each city-state was used to solving their own problems, the threat from Persia was unlike anything they had ever seen. The idea of a foreign king with an army of hundreds of thousands marching toward their lands made everyone realize that their past quarrels might have to be set aside in order to face this new danger. In many ways, the Greek city-states were like a patchwork quilt, with each patch different in color and pattern. Athens was known for its ideas and art. The people of Athens believed in the power of learning and the importance of speaking freely. They built beautiful buildings and held grand performances in theaters. Sparta, on the other hand, was a place where the strength of the body and the discipline of the mind were prized above all else. Spartan boys left home at a young age to train in a strict system designed to make them brave and tough soldiers. Despite their differences, both Athens and Sparta, along with other city-states, shared a deep love for freedom and a strong desire to protect their way of life. The growing Persian threat was like a storm approaching a calm sea. The winds of change were beginning to blow, and the Greek city-states could feel the first drops of rain. Some leaders warned that unless they united, each city would fall one by one. They spoke of the need for a strong alliance, one that would allow the Greeks to pool their armies and stand together against the powerful Persians. These warnings did not fall on deaf ears. Slowly, discussions began among the leaders, and many started to see that the old rivalries had to be put aside for a greater purpose. Despite their shared goal of defending their homes, the idea of uniting was not easy. Each city-state was proud of its independence and had fought hard to preserve its unique way of life. For instance, many Athenians cherished the idea of democracy, a system where every citizen had a voice in how the city was run. Spartans, by contrast, trusted only their own strict military code and were wary of mixing their disciplined ways with the more free-spirited Athenians. Yet, as the threat from Persia grew nearer, a sense of urgency began to replace old disputes. Leaders and citizens alike started to realize that their differences could wait until after the enemy was defeated. In the midst of this rising tension, many ordinary Greek citizens began to feel both fear and hope. They had heard stories of past battles, where even a small group of brave warriors had managed to hold back a larger force. These stories gave them hope. They believed that if a few could stand against the mighty, then a united Greece could overcome even the largest army. In town squares and at local gatherings, people debated and discussed what the future might hold. There was talk of alliances, of forming a common front, and of sharing the burdens of defense. The idea of unity was born not out of a sudden change of heart, but as a slow and steady realization that their strength lay in their togetherness. The rising tensions also brought about many changes in the way the Greek city-states prepared for the looming war. Armies that had once been raised for local conflicts were now being reformed with the Persian threat in mind. military drills and training became more common, and leaders began to exchange ideas on how best to fight an enemy who was as numerous as the Persians. New strategies were discussed in the shadow of ancient temples and under the open sky. The story of Greece at this time is one of transformation, a shift from isolated communities to a more unified force, driven by the need to protect their cherished freedom. At the heart of this change was a deep, shared belief in the value of freedom itself. Every Greek knew that being free meant more than just having control over one's own land. It meant having the right to think, speak, and live as one chose. The idea of living under a tyrant's rule like that of Xerxes was something that the Greeks found hard to accept. This belief in freedom was the glue that slowly began to hold the different city-states together. In the face of a common enemy, the ancient rivalries started to melt away, replaced by a growing bond of shared destiny. The talks of unity were not without their challenges. There were many disagreements on how best to organize a common defense. Some leaders worried that the cost of unity would be too high, that the unique cultures of each city-state might be lost in the process. Others believed that any sacrifice was worth it if it meant protecting their homes. These debates were intense and passionate, yet they were marked by a respect for each city's traditions. In many ways, the discussions of unity were as much about preserving what was unique about Greece as they were about facing the Persian threat. It was a delicate balance, finding a way to come together while still honoring the rich diversity of each city-state. In the temples of Athens, in the agoras, marketplaces of Corinth, and in the training grounds of Sparta, the people of Greece began to prepare not just for battle, but for a future where their shared values would lead the way. Art, music, and literature, all these parts of Greek culture which had flourished for centuries, took on new meaning. They were no longer just expressions of beauty or thought. They became symbols of resistance and hope. Stories of past heroes, of gods who fought for justice, and of men who had overcome great odds, were told and retold, inspiring new generations to believe in the strength of unity. Even as tensions rose and preparations for war began in earnest, life in Greece continued in many ways as it always had. Farmers tended their fields, merchants traded goods, and families gathered for meals and festivals. Yet there was a new undercurrent in the air, a feeling that change was coming and that the old world was on the verge of a great test. In the quiet moments of everyday life, the people of Greece knew that they might soon be called upon to defend all they held dear. This quiet knowledge brought with it both a sense of duty and a deep personal resolve to stand up against the coming storm. In towns and villages, the news of the Persian threat spread quickly. People spoke in hushed tones about the might of Xerxes and his enormous army. They recalled the stories of past conflicts, of small forces that had achieved great victories through courage and determination. The fear of what was to come was mixed with a spark of defiance, a spark that said, "We are Greeks. We are free and we will not be conquered." This spark would soon ignite into a flame that would burn brightly in the battles to follow. As the city-states of Greece looked toward the future, they began to see that their survival depended on setting aside old rivalries. The idea of a united front, though difficult to achieve, was slowly becoming a reality. Leaders from different cities began to meet, and with each meeting, the bonds of trust grew a little stronger. They started to agree on the need for a common strategy, one that would allow the diverse armies of Greece to fight as one. It was a difficult path, but it was one that held the promise of a future where freedom could be preserved against the greatest of threats. The story of Greece on the brink is not just one of tension and fear. It is also a story of hope and of the power of unity. The challenges that lay ahead were great, but so was the courage of the people. In every city, from the bustling streets of Athens to the rugged lands of Sparta, there was a belief that together they could face anything. This belief in unity, in the strength that came from standing together, would become one of the defining qualities of Greek history. As we close this chapter, we see Greece on the edge of a new era. The rising tension and the threat from Persia had forced the city-states to look beyond their old rivalries and to embrace a future where their combined strength could shine. The people of Greece were ready to fight not just for their lands, but for the very idea of freedom that they held dear. Their hearts were filled with both the sorrow of leaving old ways behind and the hope of a new beginning. The stage was now set for the events that would soon change the face of history forever. In the face of a threat that loomed over all of Greece, the idea of joining forces grew stronger every day. The people of the many Greek city-states, once divided by old rivalries and differing traditions, began to see that their future depended on unity. No longer could they stand apart. They had to come together as one people with a single voice. This chapter tells the story of how the call for unity grew louder, and how leaders from far and wide began the difficult work of forming an alliance that would shape history. The idea of an alliance was not new to Greece. For many years, the city-states had met at festivals, sports competitions, and religious ceremonies. These events allowed them to share ideas and celebrate their common culture. However, when the Persian threat became real, these friendly encounters took on a new meaning. They were now the first steps toward building trust and forging stronger bonds. In the days that followed the news of Xerxes' march, many citizens started to wonder if the time had come to set aside old differences and unite against a common enemy. At first, the thought of unity was met with hesitation. Each city-state had its own way of life, and many leaders were proud of their independence. For example, the Athenians held dear their system of democracy, where every citizen could speak their mind. In contrast, the Spartans trusted only the discipline and order of their own military ways. Even so, the danger they all faced could not be ignored. Leaders in Athens, Sparta, Corinth, and Thebes began to meet and talk about the future. They realized that only by working together could they stand a chance against the enormous Persian army. The meetings were not simple. In one gathering, representatives from different cities sat around a large table, each voice filled with both hope and worry. They shared stories of past glories and discussed the challenges ahead. Some leaders argued that the cost of unity might be too high, that blending different cultures could dilute the unique spirit of each city-state. Others believed that the time had come to put differences aside and focus on the shared love for freedom and independence. Gradually, the discussions grew more serious and a new plan began to take shape. One of the most important moments came when leaders from Sparta and Athens, the two most powerful forces in Greece, decided to work together. Their decision was not made lightly. In the past, they had clashed over many issues from governance to military tactics. But now they saw that their strength lay in their union. King Leonidas of Sparta and the Athenian general, whose name has been lost to time but who played a key role, began to speak of a united front that could defend all of Greece. They promised that every city would have a role to play, and that each would contribute its own unique talents to the cause. For the common people, news of these meetings spread like wildfire. In the busy marketplaces and quiet village squares, families talked about the hope that a united Greece could bring. Farmers and traders, artisans and soldiers, all began to feel that their fates were intertwined. They knew that if the mighty Persian army were to march on their lands, every person would need to do their part. The idea of unity became a source of strength, lifting the spirits of many who had once felt powerless. The formation of the alliance was not only a matter of words and promises. It involved careful planning and difficult compromises. Leaders had to decide on a common strategy for defense. They discussed the best places to fight the Persians and how to combine the different styles of warfare that each city-state was known for. The Spartans were famous for their close-knit phalanx, a tight formation of soldiers with shields and spears. The Athenians, on the other hand, were known for their navy and quick thinking. By sharing their strengths, the Greeks hoped to create an army that could stand against the vast forces of Persia. Meetings continued for many months, with representatives traveling long distances to attend. In the heat of summer, under the bright Greek sun, they gathered in various temples and open-air meeting places. Here, amid the scent of olive groves and the sound of distant waves, leaders debated, planned, and sometimes even argued. But slowly, through these long and sometimes difficult discussions, a sense of shared purpose began to grow. The idea was simple yet powerful. United, they could protect their homes, their families, and their way of life. One challenge that came up time and again was how to balance the needs of each city-state with the needs of the alliance as a whole. Some cities had large armies and could contribute many soldiers, while others had strengths in other areas, such as supplying food or offering strategic advice. Leaders agreed that every contribution was important. They set up committees and councils where each city could send representatives to speak for their people. This way, even the smaller city-states had a voice in the alliance. The plan was to create a structure that was fair and that respected the traditions of each member while still being strong enough to fight a common enemy. Another important aspect of the alliance was the promise of mutual defense. In simple terms, this meant that if one city was attacked, all the others would come to its aid. This promise was not only a strategic move but also a powerful symbol of solidarity. It sent a clear message to the Persians. The Greeks were united and ready to defend each other. This idea of a mutual pledge helped ease some of the old fears and rivalries. People began to see themselves not just as citizens of a single city, but as Greeks first, bound by a common heritage and a shared love of freedom. The process of forming the alliance was not without its setbacks. There were moments when doubts crept in and disagreements threatened to break the fragile bond that was forming. Some leaders worried that the alliance might not hold together when faced with the full force of the Persian army. Others feared that their city-states would lose their individuality in the grand plan. Yet, in every meeting and every discussion, the idea of freedom and the desire to protect it always won out. Slowly, trust was built and the bonds of friendship grew stronger. In many ways, the formation of the Greek alliance was a turning point in the history of the region. It was a time when the ancient Greeks began to see that their survival depended on cooperation and shared sacrifice. The small differences between city-states became less important than the common goal of protecting their homes. The story of this time is a reminder that even the most diverse groups of people can come together when faced with a great challenge. As the alliance took shape, plans were made for a common military strategy. The leaders decided that a small, well-trained force would hold a key position at a narrow pass called Thermopylae. This place was chosen because its narrowness would force the enormous Persian army to fight in a confined space, where their numbers would be less effective. This decision was a clear sign that the Greeks were not only uniting in spirit, but also in careful, practical planning. They understood that every detail mattered when facing an enemy as vast as Persia. The promise of unity soon began to have a ripple effect. More city-states, even those that had been hesitant at first, saw the strength in joining the alliance. They sent their soldiers, offered supplies, and committed to the shared cause. The army of Greece was no longer a collection of small, isolated forces. It was becoming a unified defense system with a clear purpose. In this new force, every soldier knew that they were not alone. They were part of a greater whole, a collective effort to protect a way of life that was cherished by all Greeks. For the people of Greece, the call for unity brought with it a sense of hope and pride. It was a time when old rivalries were put aside for something much greater than any single city. The shared dream of freedom and the determination to stand together against tyranny became a common thread that tied everyone together. This spirit of unity would come to define the Greek identity, a legacy that would inspire not only the battles of the present but also the generations to follow. As we close this chapter, it is clear that the formation of the Greek alliance was a vital step in the journey toward freedom. It showed that even in a time of great division, the desire for liberty could bring people together. The difficult work of forging unity among diverse city-states was a testament to the resilience and courage of the Greeks. Their story is one of hope, sacrifice, and the belief that together, even the smallest force can stand against the mightiest enemy. The call for unity was not just a political decision. It was a deeply human one. It spoke to the hearts of people who knew that their freedom was worth fighting for. And it set the stage for one of the most legendary stands in history, a stand that would be remembered for centuries as a shining example of what it means to be brave, to be free, and to be united. Spartan society was known far and wide for its strict discipline, unwavering duty, and exceptional valor. In the rugged lands of Laconia, where the city of Sparta stood, life was built around preparing for war and living by a code of honor. From the earliest moments of childhood, every Spartan was taught that their duty to the state was greater than their own desires. This chapter tells the story of how Spartan society was structured, the training that shaped its citizens, and the values that made them one of the most feared military forces in history. From a young age, Spartan children understood that they were part of something much larger than themselves. At the age of 7, boys left their family homes to begin a rigorous education known as the agoge. In these communal schools, children were trained in many ways. They learned not only to fight with spear and shield, but also how to live with hardship, share with others, and respect the rules that governed their society. The agoge was not a place of gentle learning. It was a tough and demanding environment designed to build strength, courage, and a sense of unity among the young Spartans. In the agoge, boys were given few luxuries. They slept on simple mats, ate basic meals, and were taught to endure pain and discomfort without complaint. Their days were filled with physical exercises, long marches across rough terrain, and combat drills that tested both their strength and their endurance. Teachers who were veterans of previous wars pushed them to their limits. The lessons were clear. Only those who could overcome physical and mental challenges would earn the honor of becoming full citizens of Sparta. This strict training helped instill in each boy a deep sense of duty and the knowledge that personal comfort was less important than the welfare of the state. Spartan society was built on a strong belief in equality among its full citizens, known as Spartiates. Every Spartiate was expected to serve as a soldier first and nothing else. Their lives were dedicated to the art of war. From the time they completed the agoge, young men joined a professional military force where every drill, every maneuver, and every battle was practiced to perfection. The Spartan army was famous for its phalanx formation, a tight, disciplined line of soldiers with shields overlapping one another, making it nearly impenetrable. This style of fighting was a direct result of years of constant training and discipline that began in childhood. While the men trained relentlessly for battle, the role of Spartan women was also important, though different in many ways. Spartan women were known for their strength and independence compared to women in other Greek city-states. They were raised to be healthy and strong, as their physical fitness was believed to contribute to the future strength of the state. Women managed households and estates, especially when the men were away at war. They were educated in music, dance, and the arts, but also in the virtues of courage and resilience. This balanced approach helped to create a society where every member, regardless of gender, contributed to the strength and stability of Sparta. Central to Spartan society was the idea of duty to the community above personal gain. Every citizen understood that the survival of Sparta depended on every individual doing their part. This sense of duty was reinforced by strict laws and customs that governed every aspect of life. For example, Spartans were expected to live modestly. Wealth and luxury were frowned upon because they could distract from the common goal of maintaining a strong military state. The simple lifestyle of the Spartans was a choice made to ensure that every resource was used for the defense and betterment of their society. Spartan leaders, including the famous King Leonidas, embodied the values of discipline, duty, and valor. They led by example, showing that a true Spartan never shied away from hardship or danger. The reputation of Spartan warriors was built on countless battles where they fought with courage and self-sacrifice. In every clash, whether on the training grounds or in actual combat, Spartans demonstrated that honor was earned through hard work and an unyielding commitment to their ideals. The structure of the Spartan state was built around a small group of citizens. Only those who had completed the agoge and had proven themselves in battle were granted full citizenship. This select group, the Spartiates, governed the city and formed the core of the military. Others, such as the Perioikoi, free but non-citizen inhabitants, and the Helots, a class of serfs, supported the state in different ways, often by providing goods and services. The Helots, who worked the land, allowed the Spartiates to focus on military training and strategy. This unique social structure, though harsh in many respects, was designed to maintain a strong and prepared fighting force at all times. The concept of valor was more than just bravery in battle. It was a way of life. Spartans were taught that facing death with dignity was the highest honor a man could achieve. Stories of heroic deeds were passed down through generations, and each tale was a lesson in courage and sacrifice. In these stories, even when the odds were stacked against them, Spartan warriors fought with a fierce determination that came from knowing they were defending not only their own lives but the honor of their entire city. This deep-rooted valor inspired every Spartan to give their best, whether on the battlefield or in everyday life. Another key aspect of Spartan society was the bond between comrades. In the heat of battle, every soldier relied on his brothers in arms. The tight training and shared hardships of the agoge created a sense of loyalty that went beyond family ties. Spartans were raised to see their fellow soldiers as an extension of themselves. This bond was most evident in the famous stand at Thermopylae, where a small group of Spartans fought alongside other Greek allies against overwhelming odds. The strength of this unity and the willingness to sacrifice for one another became legendary and was celebrated as a defining characteristic of Spartan culture. Spartan discipline was also evident in daily routines and social customs. Meals were taken together, and every activity was organized to promote a sense of order and focus. Public gatherings and festivals were not only times of celebration but also opportunities to reinforce the values of the state. In these gatherings, older warriors shared their experiences with the young, teaching them the lessons of past battles and the importance of never wavering in the face of adversity. This continuous cycle of education and experience ensured that the values of discipline, duty, and valor were deeply embedded in every Spartan. Living by a strict code of conduct meant that Spartans had little room for personal ambition that might conflict with the common good. Their lives were dedicated to a collective goal, and individual desires were set aside. This selflessness was one of the most admired traits in Spartan society. The idea that one must put the needs of the community before one's own interests was repeated over and over in the training grounds and echoed in the stories of those who fought bravely in battle. For the Spartans, this code was not just a rule. It was the very essence of what it meant to be a citizen of Sparta. Despite the strict rules and constant training, Spartan society was not without its moments of joy and celebration. Festivals and athletic competitions were important parts of life, giving the citizens a chance to enjoy themselves and showcase their strength and skills. These events, while fun, were also a reminder of the values that defined the state. Winning in these competitions was seen as a sign of excellence and dedication to the Spartan way of life. Whether in sports, music, or public debates, every achievement was connected to the overarching goal of maintaining a strong and honorable community. Over time, the way of life in Sparta became a symbol for military excellence and personal sacrifice. Other Greek city-states looked to Sparta for inspiration, and even enemies came to respect the discipline and valor of its warriors. The legacy of Spartan society is seen not only in the many battles they fought but also in the ideas they passed down through history, ideas that continue to inspire people today. The belief that strength comes from discipline, that duty is sacred, and that valor is a way of life remains an enduring lesson from the ancient Spartans. In the modern world, many still admire the Spartan way of life for its simplicity and dedication. The story of Sparta reminds us that great achievements are often the result of hard work, sacrifice, and a commitment to a common purpose. Whether in sports, business, or everyday challenges, the lessons learned from Spartan discipline continue to encourage people to be strong, focused, and selfless. Even though Sparta no longer exists as it once did, its influence lives on in the values it championed and the heroic stories it left behind. As we reflect on Spartan society, we see a community that valued discipline above all else. Every Spartan knew that their freedom and honor were earned through daily struggle and perseverance. They believed that the state was more important than the individual and that every challenge was an opportunity to prove their strength. The simple but powerful lesson of the Spartans was that by working together and putting the needs of the many above the desires of the few, a society can achieve greatness. This chapter has taken us through the essential elements of Spartan life, from the rigorous training of the agoge to the deep bonds formed among comrades. We have seen how duty and valor were not just ideas, but practical tools used every day to build a society that could stand strong against any foe. The legacy of Sparta is a reminder that true strength comes not from numbers or luxury, but from the will to serve, the discipline to train, and the courage to face any challenge head-on. In the end, Spartan society was a living example of how a people can create greatness through sacrifice and unity. Their lives were hard, their rules strict, but these challenges forged a character that has echoed through time. The story of Sparta teaches us that by living with discipline, by placing duty before desire, and by facing each day with courage, we can overcome even the greatest of obstacles. This is the legacy of Sparta, a legacy of discipline, duty, and valor that continues to inspire us to be our best selves. King Leonidas is a name that echoes through time as a symbol of courage and leadership. Yet behind the legends and heroic tales lies a real man who lived in a challenging era. Leonidas was not only a king and a warrior but also a leader who cared deeply for his people and the values of Sparta. In this chapter we will explore his early life, his rise to leadership, his personal qualities, and the choices he made that helped shape one of history's most famous battles. Leonidas was born into the noble Agiad dynasty, a family that had long ruled Sparta. From his earliest days he was raised to understand the importance of duty and honor. In the strict environment of Sparta, where boys began training at a young age in the famous agoge, Leonidas learned to be tough and disciplined. He grew up knowing that his life was dedicated to serving his city and protecting the freedom of his people. His education was not only about learning to fight but also about understanding the values of loyalty, self-sacrifice, and responsibility. As a young man, Leonidas distinguished himself in many ways. His physical strength, mental endurance, and ability to lead his peers set him apart from others. The Spartan system was designed to forge the best warriors, and Leonidas excelled. He earned the respect of his mentors and the admiration of his fellow soldiers. His character was marked by a deep sense of honor. In every drill and every challenge, Leonidas showed that he was willing to put the needs of Sparta above his own desires. When Leonidas became king, he faced many challenges. Sparta was a city known for its military might, but it also had its own traditions and strict rules. As king, Leonidas had to balance the demands of war with the needs of his people. He was not just a leader on the battlefield. He was also responsible for maintaining the stability and traditions of his society. This meant making difficult decisions that would affect both the lives of his soldiers and the future of Sparta. One of the qualities that made Leonidas a respected leader was his deep connection with his men. He did not command from a safe distance. Instead, he was known to stand alongside his soldiers in the heat of battle. This close connection fostered trust and unity. His men believed in his ability to lead them through any hardship, and they admired his willingness to share in their struggles. It was this bond between leader and warrior that made the Spartan army so formidable. Leonidas was not a distant ruler. He was one of them, and his courage inspired others to be brave. Leonidas also had a clear vision of what it meant to be a Spartan. To him, honor was not simply a word but a way of life. He believed that every Spartan had a duty to defend their land and their way of life, even if it meant facing overwhelming odds. This belief was at the heart of his decision to make a stand at Thermopylae. While many leaders might have sought safety or a more favorable position, Leonidas chose to face the enemy head-on. His decision was driven by a deep conviction that freedom and honor were worth any sacrifice. The story of Thermopylae, where Leonidas led a small band of Spartans and other Greek warriors against a vast Persian army, is filled with moments of both valor and sorrow. Before the battle began, Leonidas knew that the narrow pass of Thermopylae was a natural choice. The terrain there would force the massive Persian force into a confined space, where their numbers would be less effective. It was a clear strategic decision that played to the strengths of the Spartans. Yet the decision also meant that his soldiers would face certain death if the enemy broke through their line. Leonidas accepted this fate with a calm determination. He saw the stand at Thermopylae not as a defeat but as a symbol of defiance, a moment when a small force could challenge a great empire. In the days leading up to the battle, Leonidas spent time with his men, preparing them mentally and physically. He told them stories of their ancestors and reminded them of the legacy they carried as Spartans. His words were simple but powerful. He urged them to fight not for personal glory but for the honor of Sparta. In doing so, he instilled in them the belief that every drop of blood shed in defense of their land was a mark of their commitment to freedom. Leonidas was also a man who understood the importance of sacrifice. He knew that the path he had chosen might lead to great loss, but he believed that the sacrifice of a few could inspire many. His decision to stand at Thermopylae was a choice to show the world that even in the face of overwhelming force, courage could shine through. This idea of sacrifice was not new to the Spartans. It was a value taught from childhood, a lesson that the welfare of the community came before individual needs. For Leonidas, this meant that his own life was not as important as the lives of his fellow citizens and the future of Sparta. The king's leadership was further proven by his actions during the battle. When the Persian forces finally outflanked the Greek defenders, Leonidas did not retreat. Instead, he chose to remain with his men, fighting until the very end. This final stand has become one of the most famous moments in history. Though the battle ended in defeat, the courage displayed by Leonidas and his soldiers became a symbol of resistance against tyranny. Their willingness to fight against impossible odds sent a message that even the smallest force, when united by a common purpose, could leave a lasting impact on the world. Leonidas was more than just a warrior. He was also a thoughtful leader who cared for the legacy of his people. In his quieter moments, he considered the future of Sparta and what his actions would mean for the generations to come. He was aware that the story of Thermopylae would be told for centuries, and he wanted it to be a story of honor and defiance. His vision extended beyond the battlefield. He hoped that the sacrifice of his men would inspire future leaders to uphold the values of courage, discipline, and unity. In this way, Leonidas was not only fighting for the present but also for the memory and identity of his people. Throughout his life, Leonidas was faced with challenges that tested his character. From the rigorous training of his youth to the intense battles on the front lines, he was constantly proving his worth as a leader. His ability to remain calm in the face of danger, to inspire loyalty among his soldiers, and to make decisions for the greater good are qualities that have earned him a place in history. The man behind the legend was not a mythical hero born from tales of fantasy. He was a real person who faced real dangers and made real sacrifices. His life was one of service and commitment, and it is this human side of Leonidas that makes his story so powerful. Leonidas' legacy is seen not only in the accounts of the battle at Thermopylae but also in the way his life has been remembered by later generations. Stories of his bravery have been passed down through the ages, told in simple language so that everyone can understand the meaning behind his actions. These stories remind us that true leadership is not about power or wealth but about the willingness to stand up for what is right, even when the odds are against you. Leonidas became a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest times, the light of courage can guide the way. In the end, King Leonidas was a man who embodied the very best qualities of Sparta. His life was a blend of strength, honor, and deep loyalty to his people. He was a warrior who fought with all his might, a leader who stood shoulder to shoulder with his soldiers, and a human being who understood the true cost of freedom. His choices, his struggles, and his ultimate sacrifice have left an indelible mark on history. The legend of Leonidas is not just about a single battle. It is a story about the power of the human spirit and the lasting impact of courage and sacrifice. As we reflect on the life of King Leonidas, we see that his true greatness lies not only in his military achievements but also in his dedication to the values that defined his people. His story teaches us that leadership is about making hard choices, that honor comes from putting others before oneself, and that even in the face of overwhelming adversity, the spirit of freedom can never be broken. The man behind the legend was a real person, shaped by his times and his culture, who chose to stand for what he believed in no matter the cost. Thermopylae is not just a name from ancient history. It is a place where the land itself played a vital role in shaping the destiny of its people. In this chapter, we explore the natural features of Thermopylae, how its unique geography made it a perfect location for a brave stand, and why its strategic importance has echoed through the ages. Imagine standing at the edge of a narrow strip of land squeezed between high mountains and the blue Aegean Sea. This is Thermopylae, a place where nature seems to have built a gate, a natural doorway between the wild interior of Greece and the lands beyond. The word Thermopylae itself means hot gates, a name that comes from the warm sulfur springs that bubble up in the area. Long before any battle was fought here, this land was known for its natural beauty and unusual features. In ancient times, the narrow pass at Thermopylae was seen as a gift of nature. The pass was the only road that led from the plains of central Greece to the coastal regions. It was a choke point where the forces of nature limited the movement of any large army. To an invader with vast numbers such as the Persian army, this narrow path could become a deadly trap. The wide, open spaces of a battlefield give armies room to maneuver, but here the space was so tight that only a few soldiers could fight side by side. This meant that the numerical advantage of a large force was greatly reduced. The land around Thermopylae was rugged and wild. On one side, steep cliffs rose high, casting long shadows over the narrow pathway. On the other, gentle hills rolled down to meet the sea. The mountains were not only impressive to look at, but they also acted as natural barriers. They protected the Greeks by making it almost impossible for an enemy to outflank the defenders without first scaling difficult rocky slopes. These natural defenses gave the Greek soldiers an edge, as they could use the terrain to block or slow down any approaching army. During the time of the battle, the narrow pass of Thermopylae was like a funnel. When Xerxes' massive Persian force approached, thousands of soldiers were forced to line up in a single file. In this confined space, the fighting changed from a battle of movement to a test of discipline and courage. The Greek warriors, led by King Leonidas and his small band of Spartans, could form a tight, impenetrable line. Their heavy shields and spears were perfectly suited to this kind of combat. Every soldier had a role, and each movement was a carefully planned step in a larger strategy. The geography of Thermopylae also influenced the weather and the environment during the battle. The hot, dry air of the Greek summer made the heat even more intense for the soldiers. But for the Greeks, who were used to their own climate, this was a challenge they had learned to meet with determination. In contrast, many of the soldiers in the Persian army came from faraway lands with different climates, and the harsh Greek summer could sap their strength. In this way, the natural environment of Thermopylae played a small but important part in the outcome of the battle. There was more to Thermopylae than just its narrow path and hot springs. The area around the pass had been a crossroads for trade and travel for many years. Merchants and travelers would pass through these gates, and over time, the road became an important link between different parts of Greece. This meant that the people living in nearby regions were familiar with the land and its challenges. They knew the curves of the road, the best spots to take shelter, and the dangers that lurked in the wild. This local knowledge was invaluable when it came time to defend the pass from an enemy who was not as familiar with the terrain. The strategic importance of Thermopylae was clear to both the Greeks and their enemies. For the Greeks, holding this narrow pass meant protecting the heart of their homeland. If the Persians could break through at Thermopylae, they would have a clear path into the heart of Greece, threatening not just one city-state, but all of the independent communities that made up the Greek world. For the Persians, on the other hand, the pass was a natural bottleneck that could slow down and weaken a force that was otherwise almost unbeatable in numbers. The decision to make a stand at Thermopylae was not made lightly. The Greek leaders understood that they did not have the numbers to face the full might of Xerxes' army in an open field. By choosing Thermopylae, they were using the land as an ally. The narrow pass ensured that the enemy's large numbers could not be used to overwhelm the defenders. Instead, every Persian soldier was forced to confront a line of disciplined warriors, each fighting with all his strength in a confined space. It was a classic case of quality over quantity. For centuries after the battle, Thermopylae became a symbol of the power of strategic thinking and the importance of using one's environment to one's advantage. Leaders and generals looked back on this narrow pass and learned that sometimes the best defense lies not in having the largest army, but in making the most of what nature provides. The story of Thermopylae was told and retold in songs, poems, and historical accounts, inspiring generations to think creatively about how to protect their homes and their freedom. Visitors who come to Thermopylae today can still see traces of its ancient past. The rocky terrain, the steep slopes, and even the hot springs remain as silent witnesses to the events that unfolded there over 2,000 years ago. Although modern technology and roads have changed the landscape, the natural beauty and strategic features of Thermopylae continue to attract historians, travelers, and those who are inspired by the courage of the past. Standing there, one cannot help but feel a connection to the ancient warriors who once fought on that very ground, using the geography of their homeland as a shield against a mighty enemy. In the years that followed the battle, the legacy of Thermopylae grew beyond its physical geography. The story of the narrow pass, where a small group of Greeks held off an empire, became a lesson in how to face overwhelming odds with ingenuity and bravery. It taught the world that sometimes the strength of the human spirit can turn the tide even when nature itself seems against you. The terrain of Thermopylae, with all its challenges, became a canvas upon which the values of honor, courage, and sacrifice were painted in bold strokes. Thermopylae's role in history reminds us that every piece of land has a story to tell. The rocks, the mountains, and the hot springs all played their part in the epic drama of Thermopylae. They were not passive settings but active players that influenced the strategy, the morale, and the fate of those who fought there. When we study history, we often focus on battles and leaders, but we must not forget that the land itself can shape the course of events. In Thermopylae, the geography was as important as the soldiers who defended it. The narrow pass also brought with it a sense of isolation and determination. When the Greeks chose to make their stand at Thermopylae, they knew that the world outside that narrow strip of land was vast and uncertain. Within those confined boundaries, every Spartan and every Greek soldier fought with the understanding that they were protecting not just a piece of land, but the very idea of freedom. Their determination was strengthened by the natural barrier that the mountains and the sea provided. This isolation allowed them to focus on their mission, without worrying about flanking attacks from unexpected directions. Moreover, the environment of Thermopylae demanded that every soldier be alert and ready. The rugged landscape meant that even a small misstep could have dire consequences. The discipline and training of the Greek warriors were perfectly matched to the challenges of the land. They knew every rock, every crevice, and every turn of the narrow path. This intimate knowledge of the terrain gave them a unique advantage over the invading forces, who were forced to navigate unfamiliar and difficult ground. It was a quiet but powerful reminder that knowing your land can be as powerful as knowing the enemy. In the end, the geography of Thermopylae was not just a backdrop for the battle. It was a key character in the story. It shaped the tactics, determined the pace of the fight, and influenced the outcome in ways that numbers alone could not. The natural barriers of the pass allowed a small band of warriors to hold back an empire, proving that even the most daunting challenges can be met with wisdom and bravery. This lesson, drawn from the very stones of Thermopylae, continues to resonate today. As we reflect on Thermopylae, we see a landscape that is as rich in history as it is in natural beauty. The narrow pass stands as a monument to the power of nature and the ingenuity of those who learn to work with it. The story of Thermopylae teaches us that sometimes, the right place at the right time, combined with the courage to defend it, can change the course of history. It is a lesson that goes beyond battles and wars. It is a lesson about the strength of the human spirit and the importance of using every advantage, even those given by nature. Today, the legacy of Thermopylae lives on in history books, in the hearts of those who cherish freedom, and in the very ground where those ancient warriors made their stand. The geography of Thermopylae, with its steep mountains and narrow pass, remains a timeless reminder that the earth itself can be a guardian of our most cherished values. It reminds us that when people stand together on land that favors their cause, even the mightiest enemy can be slowed, challenged, and remembered for the bravery that met them head-on. The Persian march toward Greece was a journey like no other. Under the command of King Xerxes, a vast army set out on a campaign that would stretch across lands, cultures, and climates. In this chapter, we will explore the organization of the Persian army, the long and challenging march toward Greece, and the various obstacles the forces encountered along the way. We will also look at how this journey was a mix of military strategy, logistics, and the blending of different cultures under one mighty empire. The Persian Empire, at its height, was the largest in the ancient world. It covered a huge area that stretched from Egypt in the west to the edges of India in the east. Under Xerxes, this mighty empire wanted to show its strength by conquering Greece. To do this, Xerxes gathered an enormous army. Soldiers from many lands, Persians, Egyptians, Babylonians, and many others, joined together. Each group brought its own way of fighting, its own customs, and its own spirit. This diverse collection of warriors formed a powerful force that was ready to move as one, even though they came from different parts of the empire. The journey began in the heart of the Persian Empire. Xerxes planned the campaign with great care. He knew that the march would not be easy. The army had to travel thousands of miles across harsh deserts, high mountains, and winding rivers. To ensure that the army was ready, the Persian leaders spent months preparing supplies, recruiting soldiers, and building roads. Artisans and engineers worked side by side to create a network of roads that would help move troops quickly. Every detail was planned so that when the time came, the army could move as a single, unstoppable force. As the Persian army set out on its march, the scale of the operation became clear. Thousands of soldiers marched in long, organized columns, stretching far into the distance. The sound of their footsteps, the clatter of their armor, and the steady beat of drums filled the air. With each step, the army grew larger and the sense of purpose grew stronger. It was not just a group of soldiers on the move. It was an empire in motion, determined to bring all of Greece under Persian control. The march was not just about moving an army from one place to another. It was a test of endurance and organization. The soldiers had to carry their weapons, food, water, and other supplies. Camels, horses, and carts were loaded with goods to support the long journey. In the scorching heat of the desert, water was scarce. Camp leaders had to plan carefully where the army would find water and shade. These challenges made the march difficult, but they also showed the determination and resourcefulness of the Persian forces. As the army moved closer to Greece, the terrain began to change. The vast deserts gave way to mountains and valleys. The soldiers had to adapt to new environments, and their leaders had to change tactics accordingly. In the mountains, narrow passes and steep slopes slowed down the march. Rain and sudden storms could turn dusty roads into slippery paths. Even in the midst of such difficulties, the Persian army pressed on. The soldiers were not only well-equipped but also highly motivated by the idea that they were part of something much larger than themselves. During the march, the Persian forces encountered many local tribes and settlements. In some cases, these encounters were peaceful, with local people welcoming the mighty army and offering food and shelter. In other cases, skirmishes broke out when local defenders tried to protect their homes. These early encounters helped Xerxes' commanders learn more about the lands they were entering. They gathered information about the geography, the local customs, and the possible challenges that lay ahead. This knowledge would later be used to plan the battle strategies against the Greeks. One of the remarkable features of the Persian march was the way it brought together different cultures under one banner. Soldiers from many different parts of the empire marched side by side. They spoke different languages and wore different clothes, but they were united by a common goal: to serve the great king and expand the reach of Persia. This mixing of cultures had a lasting impact. As the army moved, ideas and traditions were shared and new bonds were formed. Even though the Persian army was massive, it was also a melting pot of people who had come to trust each other and work as one. The logistics of the march were a challenge on their own. Organizing an army that was spread across such vast distances required careful planning. The Persian commanders set up supply lines that brought food, water, and equipment from the heart of the empire to the front lines. Messengers and couriers traveled ahead of the army to warn of any obstacles or dangers. This network of communication was essential for keeping the army together and ensuring that everyone knew the plan. Without these careful preparations, the march might have broken apart long before reaching the borders of Greece. As the army neared Greece, the scale of the Persian forces became even more impressive. Stories were told among the soldiers about the size of Xerxes' army, tales of tens of thousands of troops, all moving in unison. These stories boosted the morale of the soldiers, who took great pride in being part of such a mighty force. For the Persians, this march was not just a military operation. It was a demonstration of power. Xerxes wanted the Greeks to know that Persia was vast and strong, and that no one could stand in its way. However, the march was not without its difficulties. The long journey wore on the soldiers, and the harsh conditions tested their endurance. Many soldiers suffered from fatigue, hunger, and the constant stress of travel. Disease and injuries sometimes spread among the ranks. Yet the command structure of the Persian army was strong. Leaders at every level worked to care for their men, ensuring that the wounded were treated and that the tired were given rest when possible. This attention to the well-being of the soldiers helped maintain the strength and unity of the army, even as they faced the challenges of a long march. The Persian march also had a significant psychological impact on the people of Greece. News of the massive army moving toward their lands spread quickly, filling the Greek city-states with both fear and determination. While many Greeks were anxious about the impending invasion, they also saw the march as a challenge, a call to unite and defend their freedom. The knowledge that an empire as vast as Persia was on the move helped to solidify the idea that only a united Greece could stand against such power. Thus, the march played a role in the growing sense of unity among the Greek city-states, setting the stage for the coming battles. For the Persians, the march was a testament to their organizational skill and determination. It was a display of how a well-planned and well-executed campaign could move an entire empire toward its goal. King Xerxes watched the progress of his army with pride. The march was more than just the movement of troops. It was a statement of Persian might, a living symbol of an empire that spanned continents. Every step taken by the soldiers was a step toward a new chapter in the history of the ancient world. In the end, the Persian march was a journey of transformation. It changed a vast army of diverse peoples into a united force with a single mission. It brought the forces of nature, the challenges of harsh terrain, and the spirit of an empire together in one grand movement. The march was a bridge between the rich, complex world of the Persian Empire and the fiercely independent Greek city-states. It set the stage for the historic encounters that would soon follow, encounters that would be remembered for their courage, sacrifice, and the clash of two very different worlds. Today, when we look back at the Persian March, we see a story of determination, strategy, and unity. It is a reminder that even the largest forces must overcome many challenges to achieve their goals. The march was not just about the movement of an army, it was about the movement of history itself. It shows us that behind every great battle are countless moments of struggle, planning, and human effort. The Persian March was a key chapter in the story of ancient warfare, one that continues to inspire those who study the past. As we reflect on the journey of the Persian army, we see how an empire can move as one, overcoming obstacles and blending cultures in pursuit of a grand vision. The march toward Greece was a turning point, one that would lead to dramatic clashes and unforgettable battles. It reminds us that the path to greatness is rarely smooth, but with careful planning, strong leadership, and the unity of purpose, even the greatest challenges can be met head-on. The Greek forces were small in number compared to the Persian army, but they were determined and united by a strong desire for freedom. In this chapter, we explore how warriors from different city-states gathered to form an alliance against a common enemy. We will see how these brave men prepared themselves, how they combined their different strengths, and how the spirit of unity became the heart of the Greek defense. For many years, the independent city-states of Greece had been known for their fierce pride and strong traditions. Athens was a center of art and learning. Sparta was renowned for its military discipline. Corinth and Thebes each had their own unique ways of life. Despite these differences, the threat posed by the vast Persian Empire made it clear that survival depended on working together. The news that an enemy of such size was on the march stirred every Greek soul with both fear and determination. When the call to defend their homeland was issued, warriors from across the region began to gather. In many cities, citizens volunteered to join the defense. They left behind their farms, workshops, and homes to join a force that was not defined by numbers alone, but by the strength of their commitment and their desire to protect their way of life. This assembly was not a spontaneous act. It was the result of long debates in the marketplaces and councils of the city-states, where leaders and citizens alike realized that unity was the only way to face a common foe. One of the most important elements of the Greek assembly was the meeting at the sacred grounds where the leaders came together. Representatives from Athens, Sparta, Corinth, and other cities gathered in a spirit of cooperation. They set aside old quarrels and differences to focus on one goal: defending their lands. In these meetings, plans were discussed, strategies were drawn, and roles were assigned. It was decided that every city would send its best warriors, regardless of their background or style of fighting. The unity that was born from these discussions would soon be reflected on the battlefield. The warriors who assembled came from all walks of life. There were heavily armored hoplites from Sparta, whose training had made them some of the best fighters in Greece. There were also soldiers from other cities, each bringing a unique way of fighting. Some were known for their skill with the spear, while others excelled with the sword or bow. Although their methods differed, each soldier shared a common purpose: to protect their home and preserve the freedom they cherished. Their determination was a powerful force, one that could challenge even the mightiest empire. The process of assembling the Greek forces was not easy. Many city-states had limited resources and small armies, and the idea of uniting with others was a challenge. However, the urgency of the threat encouraged even the most hesitant to join the cause. In many regions, local leaders made personal sacrifices to ensure that their best fighters were ready. In some cases, entire communities offered their support by providing supplies, shelter, and even financial help. The coming together of these different groups was a sign that, despite their past rivalries, the Greeks were willing to stand as one when faced with danger. Training and preparation were vital during this time of assembly. In many cities, warriors practiced daily drills to keep their skills sharp. They ran, marched, and trained with their weapons, knowing that the coming battle would require every bit of strength and discipline they could muster. In Sparta, where military training began at a very young age, the soldiers were already experts in the art of war. In other cities, while the training might not have been as strict, the passion for defending their land made up for any differences in technique. All these fighters knew that when they came together, their combined experience and determination would be their greatest asset. A key element in assembling the Greek forces was the formation of a unified strategy. The leaders decided that the best way to counter the overwhelming Persian numbers was to choose a battlefield that would work in the Greeks' favor. This is why the narrow pass of Thermopylae was selected. The geography of the pass meant that the large Persian army could not use its full strength. The Greeks would hold a small, concentrated line where their disciplined fighting style could make a real difference. With each city-state contributing its best troops, the Greek forces were organized into a strong and effective unit, ready to defend the pass against the enemy. The spirit among the assembled forces was one of both resolve and camaraderie. Stories of past heroism filled the air, and every soldier felt that they were part of something much bigger than themselves. The idea of defending the freedom of all Greece was a powerful motivator. Each warrior believed that even if they were few in number, their stand could light a spark that would inspire resistance throughout the land. This sense of purpose helped the Greeks overcome the fear that came with facing an enemy that seemed almost impossible to defeat. As the Greek forces gathered at Thermopylae, they also made practical arrangements for their defense. Camps were set up near the pass, and supply lines were organized to ensure that food, water, and weapons would be available for the coming days of battle. Local volunteers and support staff played a crucial role, working behind the scenes to make sure that the soldiers could remain focused on the fight ahead. Every detail was important, from the construction of makeshift defenses to the organization of messengers who would carry vital information between the different groups of soldiers. Despite the challenges of assembling forces from different backgrounds, the Greek leaders managed to foster a sense of unity that went beyond mere cooperation. They encouraged each soldier to see themselves not as a citizen of one city, but as a defender of all Greece. This idea was powerful. It meant that every victory or sacrifice was shared, and every loss was felt by the entire community. The promise of mutual support helped overcome any lingering doubts about joining together. It was a unifying call that resonated with every fighter, making them feel that their contribution was essential to the survival of their way of life. The assembled Greek forces were a mix of experience and youthful energy. Veteran soldiers who had fought in previous conflicts shared their knowledge with younger recruits, teaching them the skills and tactics that had been passed down through generations. This transfer of wisdom was a vital part of the preparation process. It ensured that every new soldier understood not just the mechanics of battle, but also the honor and responsibility that came with defending one's home. The lessons of past battles served as both a guide and an inspiration, reminding the assembled forces of the high stakes involved. One can imagine the scene at Thermopylae, a line of determined soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder in a narrow space, their faces set with resolve. Each man, whether he was a seasoned hoplite or a young volunteer, knew that the fate of Greece rested on their shoulders. The Greek forces assembled were not just a military formation, they were a symbol of what a united people could achieve. Their unity was a testament to the idea that even when outnumbered, courage, strategy, and the strength of shared purpose can make a difference. As the final preparations were completed and the Greek forces took their positions, the sense of history was palpable. The warriors, coming from so many different lands, were now bound by a single mission: to hold the line at Thermopylae and protect their beloved homeland. Their assembly was a clear message to the world that Greece would not surrender without a fight. It was a moment of collective determination that showed how freedom and unity could light the path even in the face of overwhelming odds. In the days that followed, the assembled Greek forces would face the might of the Persian army. The battle that was to come was not only a test of military strength but also a demonstration of what could be achieved when a people put aside their differences to work as one. The unity of the Greek forces was a beacon of hope, a reminder that even a small number of dedicated warriors could stand against an empire. This spirit of assembly, of coming together for a common cause, would live on in history as a powerful example of resilience and bravery. The story of the Greek forces assembling at Thermopylae is a tale of unity, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment. It is a reminder that the strength of a nation is not measured solely by its numbers but by the will of its people to defend what they hold dear. In the face of a mighty enemy, the Greeks chose to unite and stand firm, proving that the spirit of freedom is a force that no army, no matter how large, can easily overcome. Before any great battle, both sides must prepare well. In the case of the Greeks facing the Persian invasion, careful planning and fortification were key to making their stand at Thermopylae. In this chapter, we explore how the Greeks spent time and effort to plan their strategy, build defenses, and ready themselves for what would be a fight against overwhelming odds. Every decision, every detail of preparation was meant to give the small force a fighting chance against a massive enemy. When the call for unity had been answered and the Greek forces had assembled, the leaders knew that a direct fight with the huge Persian army on an open field would be disastrous. The Greeks, aware of their numerical disadvantage, looked for a way to use their strengths to counter the enemy's size. They decided to make their stand at Thermopylae, a narrow pass where the numbers of the enemy could be limited by the natural boundaries of the land. The first step in their pre-battle preparations was choosing the right place to fight. Thermopylae was not chosen by chance. Its narrow path between the mountains and the sea was a natural choke point. In a wide plain, the Persians would be able to use their large numbers to surround and crush the Greeks. However, in the tight space of Thermopylae, the enemy's numbers were less useful. Every Persian soldier had to march one behind the other, making it easier for the smaller Greek force to hold a line. The decision to fight here was both strategic and practical. It was a choice to let the terrain be an ally. Once the location was chosen, the next task was to fortify the position. The Greeks knew that they needed to build or enhance their defenses to slow down any advance by the Persian forces. They began by setting up a defensive line along the narrow pass. Simple barriers such as sharpened stakes, rocks, and ditches were used to make the path harder to navigate. These fortifications were designed to force the enemy to slow down and fight in close quarters, where the superior training and discipline of the Greek soldiers could come into play. The construction of these fortifications was not done in a single day. It was a careful process that involved many men and took advantage of the natural features of the land. Local volunteers and soldiers worked together to clear debris, build barriers, and find the best spots to position their troops. Every little improvement, whether it was reinforcing a weak point or adding extra cover, was important. The Greeks knew that in battle, even a small advantage could be the difference between victory and defeat. Alongside the physical fortifications, the Greeks spent time planning their battle strategy. Their leaders held several meetings to discuss every possible scenario. They looked at the geography of Thermopylae, studied the terrain, and planned how to deploy their forces. The idea was to create a layered defense that could absorb the shock of the Persian attack and then, if needed, slow down the enemy until reinforcements could arrive. The strategy was simple but effective. Force the Persians to engage in a narrow front where every Greek soldier's skill and discipline could make an impact. The Greek strategy focused on the use of the hoplite phalanx, a formation where heavily armored soldiers stood close together, their shields overlapping to create a nearly impenetrable wall. This formation was ideal for the narrow pass. In a phalanx, each soldier was protected by the man beside him, and the group moved as one. Training and discipline were essential for this to work, and the Greeks had these qualities in abundance. Their long hours of drills and battle practice meant that when the time came, every soldier knew exactly what to do. In this way, the planning and training that had taken place over many years were put to use. Another important aspect of the preparations was ensuring that the Greek soldiers were well supplied. Knowing that the battle might last for several days, the leaders made sure that food, water, and medical supplies were gathered and stored in safe locations near the battlefield. Supplies were carefully distributed so that each group of soldiers had enough to sustain them. In the hot summer heat of Greece, water was especially precious. Special care was taken to secure reliable sources of water near the pass, ensuring that the soldiers could drink and remain strong during the fight. Communication was also a vital part of the preparations. In any battle, clear instructions and the ability to quickly pass on orders can be crucial. The Greek leaders set up a system of messengers who could move between different parts of the defensive line. They used simple signals, such as smoke, flags, or drum beats, to send messages during the battle. These preparations meant that even if the situation on the battlefield changed quickly, orders could be relayed and the defense could be coordinated effectively. The psychological readiness of the troops was not forgotten. The Greek leaders understood that the battle ahead would be tough and that the courage of their soldiers was just as important as their weapons or fortifications. To boost morale, they spent time inspiring their men. Stories of past heroes, reminders of the importance of freedom, and the call to defend their homes were repeated often. Soldiers were reminded that they were part of a noble cause, fighting not just for themselves but for all of Greece. This sense of purpose gave the warriors the strength to face the enemy, even when the odds were stacked against them. The days leading up to the battle were filled with a mix of tension and resolve. Every moment was used to fine-tune the defenses, to practice the formations, and to make sure that every soldier was clear about their role. The leaders conducted final checks on the fortifications, ensuring that every gap was closed and every weak point was reinforced. The hope was to leave nothing to chance. The detailed planning and numerous drills were all meant to ensure that when the Persian forces finally arrived, the Greeks would be ready. At the same time, the Persian threat loomed large in the minds of the defenders. The soldiers were aware of the vast numbers that awaited them. This knowledge was both a source of fear and a motivation to fight harder. The pre-battle preparations were not just a physical effort. They were also a way to prepare mentally. By focusing on the work of fortifying and strategizing, the Greek soldiers could face the reality of the coming battle with determination and clarity. In these quiet moments of preparation, every Greek warrior knew that they were part of something much bigger than themselves. The defense of Thermopylae was not simply about a single battle. It was about the survival of their way of life. The careful planning and fortification represented the hopes and dreams of all the Greek city-states. They had come together, each contributing what they could, to create a defense that might slow down the Persian advance long enough for Greece to find its own strength. The pre-battle preparations at Thermopylae were a testament to the Greeks' resourcefulness and determination. They showed that even when outnumbered, careful planning and strategic use of the land could turn the tide. The soldiers, armed with their shields, spears, and deep sense of duty, stood ready behind the fortifications they had built. Every stone, every barrier, every well-planned drill was a small act of defiance against a mighty empire. As the final moments of preparation passed, the air grew heavy with anticipation. The soldiers took their positions along the narrow pass, knowing that soon they would face the full force of the Persian army. The fortifications, the strategic plans, and the careful organization of supplies were all in place. The Greeks had done everything they could to ensure that their stand would be as strong as possible. They trusted in their training, their leaders, and the natural advantages of Thermopylae. In the end, the pre-battle preparations were about more than just building walls or planning tactics. They were about the will to fight for freedom. They were a symbol of the determination of a people who, even when facing an enemy much larger than themselves, chose to stand firm. The story of these preparations shows us that victory in battle is often won long before the first sword is drawn, through careful planning, unity, and the unyielding courage of those who are ready to defend their land. Before the great battle at Thermopylae reached its climax, there were smaller, intense fights that set the stage for what was to come. These early encounters, known as the initial skirmishes, were not full-scale battles but smaller clashes between the Greek forces and the Persian army. In this chapter we will explore these early confrontations, how they were fought, and what they taught both sides about their enemy and themselves. These skirmishes were a time for the Greeks to test their defenses, learn from each encounter, and build the courage that would carry them through the long struggle ahead. As the Persian army advanced along the long, winding roads of Greece, its presence was felt even before the two great forces clashed in a massive battle. The Persian forces, known for their large numbers and diverse groups of soldiers, began to send out smaller detachments to probe the Greek defenses. These groups were made up of archers, light infantry, and sometimes cavalry. Their goal was to gather information about the terrain and the strength of the local defenders. For the Greeks, these early encounters were both a warning and an opportunity to show that they would not give in without a fight. In the narrow paths near Thermopylae, the first skirmishes broke out unexpectedly. small groups of Persian soldiers encountered Greek pickets and patrols. These encounters were quick and fierce. The Greeks, familiar with the rugged land and the narrow ways it forced an enemy to slow down, used the terrain to their advantage. They set ambushes along the road, hidden behind rocks and in the shadow of hills. When a Persian detachment approached, Greek warriors leaped into action. With well-aimed javelins and swift strikes from their spears, they managed to catch the enemy off guard. One of the key features of these initial skirmishes was the element of surprise. The Greeks had spent time perfecting their defense of the pass. Their small groups would lie in wait, blending into the rocky landscape, and then strike quickly before retreating to safer positions. In many cases, the Persian soldiers found themselves disoriented and forced to retreat back to their larger formations. These quick clashes, though not decisive in themselves, built a sense of confidence among the Greek defenders. Each successful ambush was a reminder that even in the face of a massive invading force, well-trained and determined warriors could hold their own. The early encounters also provided valuable lessons in tactics. The Greeks learned that the enemy was not a single uniform mass but a combination of different units with various fighting styles. Some Persian groups relied heavily on archers, whose arrows could fly long distances. Others were composed of lightly armored infantry who moved quickly. By observing these groups, the Greek commanders adjusted their plans. They decided to concentrate their forces in key positions where the Persian numbers would be less effective. The lessons learned in these initial skirmishes helped shape the overall strategy that would later be used during the larger confrontation at Thermopylae. In these early battles, the harsh reality of the coming war began to set in for both sides. For the Greeks, the skirmishes were a reminder that every moment counted. Their lives, their homes, and their freedom depended on holding the line, no matter how small the encounter. Every successful defense against the Persian detachments strengthened their resolve, while every loss was a harsh lesson in the price of freedom. The atmosphere among the defenders was one of solemn determination, mixed with the fierce hope that their land could be protected through unity and courage. For the Persian forces, the skirmishes served a different purpose. They were tests to gauge the strength of the Greek resistance. Persian commanders sent out small groups to scout and to engage in minor fights, trying to force the Greeks into positions that could be exploited later. These early encounters were also a way for the Persians to assert their dominance. They believed that their overwhelming numbers would eventually crush any opposition. However, as the skirmishes continued, it became clear that the Greeks were not as weak as the Persians had hoped. The quick and deadly responses of the Greek fighters made it evident that the narrow pass was a place where the usual rules of warfare did not apply. The initial skirmishes were not without cost. In the quick exchanges of arrows and spears, both sides suffered casualties. The Greeks lost some brave men, but every loss was met with a renewed determination to defend the pass. The Persian detachments, though larger in number, also encountered resistance that slowed their progress. Every small victory for the Greeks, however brief, sent a powerful message. They were not going to yield their land without a struggle. The fighting in these early days was intense and personal. It was not the grand, sweeping battle that history would later remember, but it was full of moments of individual bravery and sacrifice. One such moment occurred when a small group of Greek soldiers, hidden in a rocky crevice, ambushed a unit of Persian archers. The Greeks moved silently, guided by their knowledge of the land. In a flash, they emerged from their hiding places, catching the archers unaware. The Persian archers, startled by the sudden attack, struggled to return fire before they were overwhelmed by the swift, coordinated strikes of the Greek warriors. The skirmish was over in moments, but its impact was lasting. The success of this ambush was celebrated in whispered tales around campfires later that night, a reminder of what could be achieved through careful planning and unwavering courage. The terrain at Thermopylae itself played a key role in these skirmishes. The narrow, winding roads, the steep slopes, and the rocky outcrops all provided natural cover for the Greek fighters. The Persian soldiers, accustomed to fighting in more open spaces, found it difficult to maneuver in such tight quarters. Every narrow turn and hidden nook became an opportunity for the Greeks to strike. In these conditions, the numerical superiority of the Persian army was less effective. The battlefield was transformed into a maze where every step had to be taken with caution and every soldier had to be alert. The initial skirmishes also gave rise to small acts of heroism that would later become part of the legendary narrative of Thermopylae. While records of these early engagements are few, the oral traditions of the Greeks spoke of warriors who fought with extraordinary valor. Some stories tell of individuals who, facing overwhelming odds, held their ground long enough to cover the retreat of their comrades. Others recall the clever tactics of commanders who used the natural environment to outsmart their enemy. Though these moments may seem small compared to the final stand, they were the building blocks of a larger legacy. A legacy of resistance that would inspire not only the Greeks of that time but generations to come. For the Persian side, the initial skirmishes highlighted the challenges of fighting in unfamiliar terrain. Their large, organized formations were less effective in the narrow, rocky passages of Thermopylae. The Persian commanders began to realize that the enemy was not only brave but also resourceful. These encounters forced the Persians to rethink their strategies and to consider the possibility that the fight ahead might be more difficult than they had imagined. While their numbers were vast, the early skirmishes served as a reminder that every soldier, regardless of his rank, had a part to play. The lessons learned during these minor clashes would later influence the larger battle, where every detail mattered. As the days passed, the intensity of the initial skirmishes began to build a rhythm. The Persian detachments would appear in waves, and the Greek defenders would meet each group with steady determination. This cycle of attack and defense, though exhausting, forged a hardened resolve among the Greek soldiers. They knew that their struggle was not just against a foreign army but against the forces of fate itself. Each skirmish reinforced the idea that the defense of Thermopylae was a battle of attrition. A fight where every small victory brought them closer to a stand that might echo through history. In the quiet aftermath of these clashes, when the noise of battle had faded into a tense silence, both sides took stock of what had been learned. The Greeks, with their keen awareness of the land and their unyielding spirit, grew more confident in their ability to hold the pass. The Persian commanders, on the other hand, began to adapt to the unexpected resistance they had encountered. The initial skirmishes, while minor in the grand scheme of the war, had a profound impact on the strategies and morale of both armies. For the Greek defenders, every successful ambush, every moment of bravery, and every tactical gain was a sign that their cause was just and that they were capable of challenging an empire. These early encounters were a testament to the power of unity, discipline, and the deep connection the soldiers felt to their land. They were not merely fighting for survival, they were fighting for the ideals of freedom, honor, and the right to live as they had always known. In the end, the initial skirmishes were a necessary prelude to the greater battle that was to come. They provided the Greeks with valuable experience and helped sharpen their strategies for the main conflict. They also gave the Persians a glimpse into the challenges that lay ahead in the narrow pass of Thermopylae. Though small in scale, these early encounters were a vital part of the unfolding drama. A drama where every drop of sweat, every clash of weapons, and every act of courage would eventually lead to a stand that would change the course of history. The morning at Thermopylae began quietly as the first light crept over rugged mountains and rocky slopes. In a small, disciplined encampment, the Spartans, renowned as the best-trained soldiers in all of Greece, readied themselves for what would become a defining moment. Each hoplite, a heavy infantryman armed with a long spear, daru, and a large round shield, aspis, understood that his life was bound to the man beside him. Years of rigorous training had taught them that unity was their greatest strength. At dawn, the men assembled in a long, orderly line. Their formation, known as the phalanx, was more than a group of fighters. It was a living shield. Every Spartan knew his role, and every shield overlapped with his neighbors, creating an unbreakable wall. The sun's rays turned the bronze of their armor and the polished wood of their shields into glimmers of hope amid the somber duty of the day. The memory of King Leonidas, their once great leader, was ever present. Though he had fallen in earlier heroic deeds, his spirit and teachings continued to guide the men. His ideals of discipline, bravery, and sacrifice were now embodied in the silent, steady line of soldiers. They stood ready to meet the enemy not with individual might but with the combined strength of a single resolute unit. As the hours passed, tension replaced the early calm. The distant sound of marching Persian troops grew louder, and the earth trembled with the approach of a vast army. The Persian forces, led by the ambitious Xerxes, were known for their great numbers and diverse ranks. Yet the Spartans did not fear the multitude. They trusted in their formation, their training, and the bond that held them together. When the Persian host finally reached the narrow pass, the clash was sudden and fierce. The enemy charged with a roar that shook the still air. In response, the Spartan phalanx moved forward as one living entity. Their shields locked together and their spears, held firmly in both hands, pointed ahead like the prongs of a great spear-wielding beast. The formation advanced slowly but steadily, each step carefully measured so that no gap would ever appear between the warriors. In the thick of the action was a young Spartan named Dorios. Though he had trained for this day since childhood, his heart pounded as the reality of battle set in. He remembered long days in the Agoge, the harsh training that shaped every Spartan, where pain, sweat, and perseverance forged his character. Next to him stood his friend Myron, whose steady eyes and calm demeanor offered silent reassurance. In that moment, words were unnecessary. Their united purpose was clear in the determined set of each man's jaw. The battle erupted in a chaos of clashing metal and shouts. The Persian soldiers, though numerous, found it almost impossible to break the unyielding wall of Spartan shields. Every time an enemy tried to force a gap in the line, a Spartan would quickly shift, moving close to fill the space. The phalanx moved like a single living creature, a formation so well practiced that its every motion was like a step in a carefully choreographed dance. Each thrust of a spear, each raised shield, was a promise that the enemy would not pass. Amid the thunder of combat, the discipline of the Spartans shone brightly. They fought not as separate individuals but as parts of a whole. When the first Persian spear struck a Spartan's shield, it rang out like the toll of a bell, a call to arms that reminded every soldier of his duty. In the heat of the melee, Dorios found his fear melting away, replaced by a calm focus born of years of training. He saw the enemy's eyes, strange and determined, yet he trusted completely in the strength of the phalanx. Together, the soldiers became a living wall of bronze and steel, each man's courage lending strength to the formation. Every soldier in the line carried not only a weapon but also the weight of Spartan honor. They knew that if one fell, his brothers would immediately cover the gap. It was this deep sense of duty and trust that made the phalanx so powerful. When a Persian warrior broke through the first wave, he was met by a barrage of spears from men who risked everything to protect each other. The formation was like a tide that could neither be halted nor scattered by the force of numbers alone. As the battle wore on, the rhythm of the phalanx became almost like a well-rehearsed dance. Each step was taken in unison, each movement synchronized with the next. the sound of thousands of feet marching in harmony mixed with the clatter of shields and the cries of battle. In the midst of this orchestrated chaos, moments of stillness emerged, brief pauses where the men exchanged silent looks that spoke of shared pain, hope, and unyielding determination. Even in these pauses, the bond between the Spartans was unmistakable. During a lull in the clamor, Dorio's caught his breath and looked around. He saw older warriors with faces lined by past battles, their eyes burning with fierce resolve. One such veteran, Lysander, had already repelled a fierce attack earlier that day. His unwavering stance and calm in the face of danger served as a living lesson to the younger men. They drew strength from his example and from the unspoken understanding that each man was a link in a chain that could not be broken. The battle took place on the narrow, rocky terrain of Thermopylae, a natural barrier that limited the enemy's ability to use their vast numbers. The rough, uneven ground made it even harder for the Persians to maneuver, while the Spartans, used to fighting in difficult conditions, moved with a purpose that was both measured and fierce. Every rock and crevice seemed to work in favor of the phalanx, turning the land itself into an ally in the fight for freedom. The intense struggle also brought out personal moments of heroism. In the middle of the fighting, a Persian soldier managed to break into a small gap in the line. In that critical moment, a Spartan named Cleon reacted instantly. With a swift movement born of countless drills, he blocked the gap with his shield, forcing the enemy back. His brave act, repeated by many others throughout the day, proved that the strength of the phalanx lay in the willingness of each man to put his life on the line for the whole group. Even as the day's heat and the stress of battle took their toll, the Spartans remained steady. Their faces showed the strain of battle but not the fear of defeat. Every man knew that the phalanx was more than a formation. It was a way of life. They had been raised to honor their city-state and to defend their land at any cost. Their every move was a lesson in sacrifice, and every push forward was a step toward preserving the freedom of Greece. In the midst of the fighting, the Spartan formation continued to impress. The precision of their steps and the unity of their actions turned what could have been a chaotic melee into a display of military art. The phalanx moved slowly forward, not in a rush but with deliberate strength, absorbing and repelling the Persian charge time and again. Even when the enemy pressed harder, the Spartans did not waver. Their training and discipline held the line firm, a testament to the power of unity over sheer numbers. As the sun climbed high in the sky, the clamor of battle began to settle into a steady, unrelenting rhythm. The Spartans, with their unyielding determination, had turned the tide of the encounter. Every man fought not only with his body but with his heart, knowing that the fate of his homeland rested on the strength of their phalanx. The unity among them was so complete that even the harsh noise of clashing metal could not break their spirit. When a brief calm fell over the battlefield, the Spartans took a moment to gather themselves. They adjusted their shields, tightened their grips on their spears, and prepared for the next wave of the enemy's attack. In these quiet moments, each soldier reflected on the long road of training and sacrifice that had brought him here. The memories of the Agoge, the hard lessons of endurance, discipline, and brotherhood, filled their minds and renewed their strength. In that stillness, the phalanx appeared almost as a living monument. It was a reminder that true strength came from unity and that even against overwhelming odds, a small group of dedicated warriors could hold the line. The Spartans' simple, honest determination shone through every action they took. Their formation was not just a military tactic but a powerful symbol of their way of life. A life built on honor, loyalty, and the shared burden of protecting one another. By the time the day began to wane, the Persian forces had been pushed back by the relentless might of the Spartan phalanx. Though the cost had been high, the enemy's numbers had been blunted by the steadfast wall of shields and spears. The legacy of the phalanx, built on countless hours of training and unbreakable trust, had proven its worth once again. As the final echoes of battle faded into the evening, every Spartan knew that their unity had carried them through one of the toughest days of their lives. In the cooling twilight, the exhausted warriors gathered in small clusters. They tended to wounds, shared quiet words of support, and looked at one another with a deep, silent pride. The phalanx had held firm against a tide of enemies, and even though the battle was far from over, they had shown what true courage and teamwork looked like. The lessons of the day were written in every scar, every strained muscle, and every determined glance exchanged between comrades. As night fell over Thermopylae, the stars shone above like countless witnesses to the valor displayed below. The Spartan phalanx, though battered and tired, stood as a living promise that unity and discipline would always triumph over fear and chaos. In that dark, quiet hour, each soldier drifted to sleep with the knowledge that their part in this great story would be remembered by generations to come. Thus, the story of the Spartan phalanx in action was not merely a chronicle of battle but a living lesson in how a group of men, bound by duty, honor, and a simple but powerful belief in one another, could turn the tide of war. Their courage and steadfast unity shone through every moment of the day, inspiring not only their comrades but also all who would later learn of their deeds. It was a story of human strength, discipline, and the timeless power of fighting together as one. The early light of dawn brought a cool breeze over the rugged slopes of Thermopylae. While the famous Spartan warriors were well known for their strict training and unmatched discipline, they were not alone on that rocky battleground. Alongside them stood brave soldiers from many other Greek city-states, men and even a few women who had come to protect their shared home from the looming threat of the Persian Empire. These allies, hailing from places like Thespy, Thebes, and several smaller communities, brought with them their own unique traditions, skills, and a burning desire to defend freedom. In the days before the battle, messengers had traveled from every corner of Greece with one clear message: unity in the face of overwhelming odds. The soldiers from Thespy, known for their fierce loyalty and determination, arrived with a quiet confidence. Their faces, though set with the worry of those leaving behind families and fields, shone with a strong resolve. They had trained on steep hills and narrow paths, much like the rugged land of Thermopylae itself, and they knew that the value of their lives was measured in the strength of their commitment. Among these allies was a young Thespian named Nicandros. He had grown up hearing tales of heroism and sacrifice, and now he found himself standing shoulder to shoulder with warriors from far-off lands. Unlike the Spartans, whose training had been both harsh and systematic since childhood, Nicandros had learned his fighting skills from the farmers and hunters of his region. His style was not as polished as that of the Spartan hoplites, but it was filled with the raw energy of someone who had fought for his family's land all his life. In the quiet hours before the clash, Nicandros and his fellow Thespians took a moment to look around at their new companions. They saw Spartan soldiers adjusting their heavy bronze shields and tightening the grip on their long spears. Yet, alongside them, other groups of Greek soldiers were busy preparing in their own way. The Thebans, with their softer voices and less rigid training, formed small circles discussing strategy and sharing memories of their homes. Their eyes, filled with both determination and a hint of sorrow for what might come, told stories of a people willing to risk everything for the cause of freedom. As the sun climbed higher, the Allied soldiers gathered near the main line of defense. The atmosphere was thick with a mix of tension and hope. In these moments, differences in training or dress melted away. All who stood there shared one unyielding goal. They were united by the common belief that no tyrant, no matter how vast his army, could extinguish the light of liberty that burned in the hearts of all Greeks. The Allied contingents soon began to settle into positions alongside the Spartans. Although the Spartans were the backbone of the defense, every unit had its own role. The Thespians took positions on the flanks, where their agility in the uneven terrain could be best used to repel any attempts at a surprise attack. The Thebans, known for their adaptability, were placed where they could cover gaps and support their comrades. Each group was assigned a part of the narrow pass that would soon become the stage for an epic struggle. As the day unfolded, the Allied forces shared their stories with one another. Over the low murmur of whispered conversations, tales of training in the hot sun and long nights under starlit skies filled the air. Nicandros recalled his childhood in Thespi, running along dusty roads, practicing with a wooden spear, and dreaming of one day becoming a protector of his people. His voice, steady and sincere, carried the weight of many unspoken promises. The other soldiers, whether they were fresh-faced youths or grizzled veterans, found comfort in these shared memories. When the first sign of the enemy appeared on the horizon, the Allied forces tensed. The distant sound of marching Persian troops grew louder with every passing moment. The Greeks, regardless of their origins, recognized that this was the moment they had trained for, the hour in which they would either secure their future or sacrifice everything for the freedom of their land. In the ensuing moments, the Persian army surged forward with a force that seemed endless. The noise of thousands of marching feet and the clatter of armor filled the air as the enemy advanced. The Spartans held their famous phalanx in the center, a wall of shields and spears that had been perfected through years of hard discipline. On the flanks, the allied Thespians and Thebans moved to meet the charge, their eyes fixed on the horizon and their hearts steady despite the fear that gripped every man and woman. The battle that erupted was fierce and chaotic. Persian arrows darkened the sky as they rained down on the narrow pass. The Allied forces, already positioned in their designated areas, reacted swiftly. Nicandros found himself in the thick of the fight, his heart pounding as he moved to block an enemy's advance. He fought with a mix of raw instinct and the careful technique taught to him by his elders. Each thrust of his spear was met by a determined block of a shield held by a nearby comrade from another city-state, and in that moment the bonds of unity shone brightly. On one side of the line, a band of Theban soldiers engaged a group of Persian infantry. Their style was different from that of the Spartans, softer, more flexible yet no less courageous. They moved quickly, adapting to the changing conditions of the fight. One of their leaders, a man named Epaminondas, directed his comrades with clear, simple commands. He reminded them that while their methods might differ from the rigid phalanx, every move they made was crucial to holding the enemy at bay. Between the clashes and the cries of battle, the Allied forces communicated with simple gestures and shouts, coordinating their movements despite the chaos. The air was filled with the clang of metal and the determined voices of soldiers urging one another to stand firm. In one vivid moment, a Persian warrior broke through a weak spot in the line where the Thespians had been holding their ground. Nicandros and a fellow Thespian leaped forward together, their spears finding their mark and forcing the enemy back. The combined courage of the Allied forces was a sight to behold, a true testament to the strength that comes when people unite for a common purpose. As the battle pressed on, the Allied Greek soldiers found that their differences in training and background became strengths rather than weaknesses. The Spartans, with their battle-hardened discipline, held the center of the line. The Thespians, with their natural fighting spirit and agility, shored up the edges and protected the flanks. The Thebans, with a keen sense of strategy and adaptability, filled in the gaps and responded quickly to shifting tides. It was as if the very essence of Greece, a mix of many traditions and ways of life, had come together to form one unstoppable force. The terrain of Thermopylae played its part as well. The narrow pass limited the number of enemy soldiers who could fight at once, a fact that the Allied forces knew well. Every rock, every turn of the path, offered a small advantage to those who fought with determination. The Allied soldiers took full advantage of these natural barriers. They moved along the slopes and crevices, using the land to funnel the enemy into spots where their numbers could be neutralized. In the small moments of respite between clashes, Nicandros and his companions would peer over the ridges, catching sight of the enemy massing, and then work together to plan their next move. Throughout the long hours of combat, the courage of the Allied forces shone through time and again. Their struggles were not just about repelling the enemy, they were about protecting their homes, their families, and the future of Greece. Many of these brave men had come from humble beginnings: farmers, artisans, and fishermen who had put aside their daily lives to stand with their fellow Greeks. Their resolve was tested with every wave of the Persian charge, and their willingness to sacrifice was a reminder of the high price of freedom. In the heat of the fight, personal acts of bravery became the heartbeat of the defense. A young Theban soldier named Philemon, who had lost his brother in a previous skirmish, charged forward to defend a fallen comrade, shouting encouragement even as he faced overwhelming odds. His actions inspired others, and soon small groups of Allied soldiers were seen helping one another, sharing their limited supplies of water and tending to wounds as best they could amid the turmoil of battle. It was not only the physical might of their arms that made the difference, but the deep human connection that bound them together in a time of crisis. As the day slowly turned into afternoon, the intensity of the battle did not wane. The Allied Greeks, though battered and weary, continued to fight with a stubborn resolve. Every fallen soldier was mourned, and every wound was treated as a reminder of the price of liberty. The leaders among the Allied forces moved among their men, offering simple words of encouragement and reinforcing the idea that their struggle was part of a larger story, a story of Greece's fight for its very soul. In the midst of the prolonged conflict, there were moments of quiet reflection. Between the clashes of arms, the Allied soldiers would take brief pauses to catch their breath and offer silent prayers for strength. The simple language of hope and shared destiny was spoken in soft whispers. Nicandros, in one such moment, looked to the sky and felt a surge of pride in being part of something greater than himself. The memories of his childhood, the lessons learned from his elders, and the unity he witnessed among the diverse Greek forces filled him with a deep sense of purpose. By the time the sun began its slow descent toward the horizon, the Allied forces had proved their worth on the field of battle. Their contributions had helped slow the relentless advance of the Persian army and had shown that the unity of Greece was a force to be reckoned with. While the Spartans continued to hold the center with their famed phalanx, the role of the Greek allies beyond Sparta had been equally vital. Their unique skills, heartfelt bravery, and the willingness to stand shoulder to shoulder with strangers from different lands had turned the narrow pass of Thermopylae into a symbol of hope for all of Greece. As twilight settled over the battlefield, the Allied soldiers gathered with a mix of exhaustion and quiet pride. In the soft glow of the evening, the faces of the Thespians, Thebans, and other Greek warriors told the story of a day marked by unity, sacrifice, and the unbreakable spirit of those who fought for freedom. They knew that history would remember not just the heroic Spartans, but all those who had stood together against overwhelming odds. Their story was one of diversity coming together. A story where every voice, no matter how different, played a part in the grand chorus of defiance against tyranny. In the cool of the evening, as the wounded were cared for and the fallen were honored, the Allied soldiers shared simple meals and quiet conversations about their hopes for the future. They spoke in gentle tones of home and of a Greece that would one day be free from the threat of foreign rule. Their bonds, formed in the heat of battle, promised that even in the darkest of times, the light of their collective courage would continue to shine. Thus, the role of the Greek allies beyond Sparta was etched into the history of Thermopylae. Their contributions, though sometimes overshadowed by the legendary 300, were a vital part of the defense of Greece, a testament to the fact that freedom is a cause that unites people from every corner regardless of their differences. Their actions on that rocky pass became a reminder that when the people of a land come together with a common goal, they form a shield stronger than any single phalanx. It was a story of unity, sacrifice, and the enduring belief that even in the face of insurmountable odds, the spirit of Greece would never be broken. Before the first light of dawn broke over the rugged landscape of Thermopylae, the vast Persian camp stirred with quiet energy. Unlike the few thousand Greek defenders, the Persian army was enormous, a force built from many different lands and peoples. Soldiers from Egypt, Babylon, India, and many other regions all marched under one banner, united by the power of their king Xerxes. Each unit brought its own fighting style, and together they formed an army designed to overwhelm with sheer numbers and diverse tactics. Xerxes had planned every detail. He believed that a force built from many different traditions could adapt quickly and strike hard. The Persian strategy was simple. Use the strength of overwhelming numbers and the unique skills of each unit to break the enemy's line. In one part of the army, heavy infantry moved in close formation. In another, skilled archers prepared to send a storm of arrows toward the enemy. Fast-moving cavalry circled the edges of the battlefield, ready to attack any weak spot. This blend of forces was meant to confuse and exhaust the defenders, showing that no single tactic could stop them. At the center of this mighty army were the famous Immortals, a unit of elite soldiers known for their discipline and never-ending numbers. They were called Immortals because for every soldier lost, another was ready to take his place. These warriors wore shining uniforms and carried heavy shields and spears. Their very presence on the field was meant to inspire fear in the hearts of the enemy and confidence in their own comrades. The Persian archers were also a key part of the strategy. They came from many lands and had learned their art over many generations. Their arrows could fly fast and true, creating a curtain of pointed steel that rained down on the enemy. Their job was not to kill every man but to weaken the enemy's spirit and disturb the tight formations that the Greeks held so dear. With every arrow that fell, the Greek line had to work a little harder to stay together. While the archers provided cover from a distance, the heavy infantry moved forward. These soldiers were not as individually trained as the Greek hoplites, but they made up for it with sheer numbers. They advanced in long, steady lines, each man knowing that his strength was part of a larger force. Their task was to push forward and absorb the enemy's counterattacks, using their mass to drive the Greeks back. Along the edges of the battlefield, Persian cavalry moved like silent shadows. Lightly armored and swift, the horsemen were experts at finding gaps in the enemy line. Their mission was to circle around the flanks and strike at the weakest points, causing confusion and forcing the Greeks to spread their defenses. With every sudden appearance and quick withdrawal, the cavalry kept the Greek forces on high alert. What made the Persian army even more unique was the mix of soldiers drawn from the many regions of the empire. In addition to the standard troops, specialized groups from Egypt and India brought their own weapons and techniques. Some of these fighters used curved swords and small shields, while others were trained in quick, agile movements that allowed them to dodge and counterattack rapidly. Xerxes ensured that these different units trained together, so that on the day of battle they would work as one coordinated force. The Persian commanders, experienced in leading such a diverse army, knew that fighting at Thermopylae required careful planning. The narrow pass was a challenge, for it meant that the enemy could not be overwhelmed by numbers at once. To solve this problem, the Persians used a series of small coordinated attacks. They sent out scouts and light infantry to test the Greek defenses, looking for any sign of weakness. When a gap was found, cavalry and archers would work together to exploit it, while the heavy infantry pressed forward to keep up the pressure. As the battle began, the first arrow volleys from the Persian archers darkened the sky. The Greek defenders braced behind their shields, their faces set with determination. But the archers kept their distance, letting loose arrows in quick succession. This constant barrage made it difficult for the Greeks to move freely, forcing them to maintain tight formations that would soon be tested by the next wave of soldiers. At the same time, heavy infantry units moved forward steadily. Their advance was not rushed but deliberate, each step measured so that the force remained united. The idea was to create a moving wall of soldiers, a mass so great that the few Greek defenders would have no choice but to yield ground. Yet the Greeks were known for their discipline and had built their reputation on holding narrow passes with courage and skill. Meanwhile, the Persian cavalry began their work on the flanks. Moving quickly along the edges of the rocky terrain, these horsemen looked for any opening in the Greek line. Their strikes were sudden and well coordinated. When a gap appeared, they would charge in, forcing the defenders to turn and fight on two fronts. This constant threat kept the Greek soldiers alert and forced them to reassign their troops to protect vulnerable spots, further weakening their main defense. One of the Persian commanders, a seasoned leader named Artabanus, stood on a small rise overlooking the battlefield. He watched carefully as his soldiers executed the plan with precision. Every unit was like a piece of a great puzzle, and his task was to ensure that all the pieces moved together as one. Artabanus signaled with simple hand gestures and shouted clear, short orders. His voice cut through the noise of battle, coordinating the movements of hundreds of men at once. The Persian strategy was not static. As the battle progressed, the commanders adapted to what they saw on the field. When the initial attacks by archers and infantry did not break the Greek line, they changed tactics. They sent in fresh waves of soldiers to fill in any gaps and even feigned a retreat to lure the Greeks out of their strong positions. When the Greeks moved to follow, the cavalry would then charge, attacking from behind and creating chaos among the defenders. Every time the Persian units advanced, they were met by the stubborn resistance of the Greeks. But the Persian plan was built on the idea of persistence. Even if one group was pushed back, another would come forward. The vast numbers at Xerxes' disposal meant that the Persians could replace tired or wounded soldiers quickly. This relentless supply of fresh troops gave them an advantage in a prolonged battle, and it was a key part of their overall tactic. As the day wore on, the diversity of the Persian army became more apparent. A soldier from India fought alongside a man from Egypt. A veteran of many battles shared a line with a young recruit from Babylon. Their different backgrounds meant they fought in ways they had learned at home, yet in the heat of battle they found a common rhythm. Their combined efforts created a fluid, adaptable fighting force, a force that could adjust quickly to the challenges of the narrow pass. For many of the Persian soldiers, the battle was not just a duty but a moment to prove their worth. They had been told stories of the great Persian Empire and the honor of serving under King Xerxes. As they fought, they remembered the training they had received and the hope of a glorious victory. Their diverse methods of fighting came together on the field, each unit's strength complementing the others. The heavy infantry held the line, the archers softened the enemy, and the cavalry struck hard at the vulnerable points. It was a system built on the idea that many small strengths could add up to one great power. Yet the Persian approach was not without its challenges. Coordinating such a large and varied force was difficult. Misunderstandings and delays could occur, and sometimes the different styles of fighting did not blend as smoothly as hoped. The Persian commanders worked hard to overcome these obstacles. They held brief, clear instructions and made sure that every soldier knew his role. In moments of confusion, a few clear words could restore order and bring the diverse forces back into harmony. As the sun began to set, the battle raged on. The Greek defenders, known for their courage and unity, did not yield easily. Every time the Persian units attacked, the Greeks met them with a fierce determination that surprised many on both sides. The narrow pass of Thermopylae meant that only a few Persian soldiers could engage at one time, but the idea behind the Persian plan was to wear down the enemy gradually, piece by piece, until their numbers would finally overwhelm the defenders. The day was long and hard. The Persian soldiers, though large in number, faced a battle that tested every bit of their training and coordination. The relentless attacks from the archers, the steady push of the heavy infantry, and the sudden strikes of the cavalry all worked together to create an atmosphere of constant pressure. For every gap in the Greek defense, the Persians were ready with another wave of soldiers. Their strength lay not only in their overwhelming numbers but in their ability to adapt and change tactics in the heat of battle. By nightfall, the Persian forces withdrew briefly to regroup and tend to their wounded. The commanders gathered around makeshift tables in the camp, discussing what they had learned from the day's fierce fighting. They talked about the courage of the Greek defenders and planned how to use their diverse army even more effectively in the battles to come. They knew that every engagement was a lesson, and that each success or setback would help them refine their approach. In the quiet hours of the night, the Persian camp was filled with the murmurs of soldiers from many lands. They shared stories of home, of past battles, and of the honor of fighting for a great empire. Despite their differences in language and custom, they found unity in their common purpose. Their hearts were filled with the belief that, together, they could achieve victory. The diversity of their backgrounds was a strength, a proof of the wide reach and power of the Persian Empire. Thus, the story of Persian tactics at Thermopylae is one of both great numbers and a mix of talents. Their strategy was built on the idea that no single approach could win a battle on its own. Instead, by blending the steady march of heavy infantry, the relentless shower of arrows from archers, and the quick, surprising strikes of cavalry, they created a force that could adapt to any situation. Even in the narrow, rocky pass where the Greeks had built their strong defenses, the Persians showed that overwhelming numbers and diverse armies could slowly chip away at an enemy's resolve. In the end, the Persian method was simple and effective. Use every soldier, every skill, and every tactic to build a force that was greater than the sum of its parts. It was a lesson in unity and flexibility, a lesson that would echo through history long after the battle was over. The vast, varied, and unstoppable nature of the Persian army was not only a symbol of Xerxes' ambition but also a reminder that strength often comes from the ability to work together, even when the warriors come from many different worlds. The battle at Thermopylae unfolded over several long and grueling days. Each day brought new challenges, shifting tactics, and moments of both quiet bravery and desperate struggle. In these detailed accounts, we follow the experiences of individual soldiers, the changes in the tide of battle, and the unyielding spirit of the Greek defenders as they met the vast Persian forces head-on. Day 1. The dawn of conflict. As the first light of dawn broke over the jagged cliffs and narrow paths of Thermopylae, the Greek forces stirred with a mix of calm determination and quiet resolve. The defenders, Spartans, Thespians, Thebans, and others, had spent many sleepless hours preparing themselves for the coming clash. In the cool air of early morning, every soldier took his position behind the line of shields and spears. The rocky ground, worn smooth by centuries of history, now served as the stage for a new chapter in the fight for freedom. Before the sun had fully risen, scouts reported the approach of Persian troops. The Greek commanders ordered their men to hold the line. The air soon filled with a low murmur of anxious whispers and the steady rhythm of marching feet. In the distance, the dark shapes of the Persian army began to appear. A vast, moving mass that seemed to stretch to the horizon. Yet the Greeks felt a deep, unspoken confidence. They had trained long and hard to defend this narrow pass, and they trusted in their tight formations and the strength of their unity. The first shots of battle came with a sudden burst. A volley of arrows rained down on the Greek line. The heavy shields, raised high, absorbed the deadly rain while the soldiers moved forward as one. The Persian archers had planned their attack carefully, hoping to break the unity of the phalanx by striking from a distance. But the Greek warriors stood firm. The sound of clashing metal and cries of pain mixed with the beating of determined hearts. In every face, fear was pushed aside by the burning will to defend home and honor. At one point, a young Spartan named Theron felt his heart pound as an arrow grazed his shield. He tightened his grip on his spear and moved closer to the man beside him. Side by side, the soldiers advanced slowly, each step a measured act of defiance against the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. As the first skirmishes broke out in the narrow pass, every thrust of a spear and every defiant cry from the Greeks sent a clear message. They would not yield. The Persian infantry pressed forward in waves, but the tightly knit phalanx held the line, repelling every push with the strength of united arms. Day 2. The heat of battle and shifting tactics. When the sun rose high on the second day, the air was heavy with both heat and tension. The Greek defenders had barely a moment to rest, for the Persians came back with renewed vigor. The battle now had the marks of a long struggle. The once pristine armor was scuffed and many faces showed signs of fatigue and pain. Yet amid the chaos, the resolve of the soldiers burned brighter than ever. From the early hours of the day, Persian commanders adjusted their tactics. They sent small groups of light infantry to test the edges of the Greek line, hoping to find a weak spot. At the same time, the Persian archers began another relentless shower of arrows. The Greeks, having learned from the previous day, moved with careful precision to shield their vulnerable spots. The heavy hoplites maintained the phalanx, while the Allied troops on the flanks moved swiftly to counter any breakthroughs. In the midst of the second day's combat, a moment of bravery unfolded along one section of the line. A band of Theban soldiers, known for their quick thinking, noticed that a gap was forming where the enemy had concentrated their attack. With no time to lose, they rallied together. One of their leaders, a man named Damon, shouted simple orders that echoed over the clamor of battle. In unison, the group moved to plug the gap. Their spears thrust forward and shields interlocked with those of the Spartans. For a brief but shining moment, the enemy's advance was halted by the courage and rapid response of these allied fighters. Elsewhere, the Persian cavalry made several attempts to outflank the Greek positions. The horsemen, riding with swift urgency over the uneven terrain, circled around in an effort to attack from behind. The Greek soldiers, aware of the danger, adjusted their positions to cover every side. The movement was like a dance under pressure. Each side reacting quickly, each soldier aware that a single misstep could mean disaster. The heat of the day made every action more exhausting, yet the defenders never lost sight of their goal. They fought not only for their own lives but for the future of all of Greece. By midday, the clash of weapons, the ringing of shields, and the desperate cries of the wounded filled the pass. In quiet moments between the fierce exchanges, individual acts of courage stood out. A young Thespian named Lysandros, who had lost much earlier in the battle, saw a Persian soldier pushing through a gap. Without a second thought, Lysandros darted forward, meeting the enemy with a sharp spear thrust that forced the intruder to retreat. These small, heroic moments were scattered throughout the chaos, each one reinforcing the belief that every life was a vital part of the overall defense. The Persian commanders, frustrated by the stubborn resistance, ordered fresh waves of soldiers to fill the breach. Their strategy was simple: overwhelm the Greek defenders by sheer numbers and wear them down with constant pressure. Yet, the narrow confines of Thermopylae limited how many of their soldiers could engage at once. This fact worked to the advantage of the Greeks, who knew that their strength lay in the defense of a tight, well-prepared line. Throughout the long hours of combat, the enemy's numbers seemed endless, but so did the determination of the defenders. Day 3. The turning point in the encroaching shadows. The third day of fighting brought a somber mood to the battlefield. The Greeks, though still resolute, were tired from 2 days of intense combat. Many had been wounded, and the once pristine formation now bore the marks of prolonged struggle. The battle had taken its toll, but every man and woman present understood that this day would be the most crucial. The air was thick with anticipation as both sides prepared for what would become the turning point of the battle. At dawn on the third day, a new development sent a shiver through the Greek ranks. A traitor had revealed a secret path to the Persians, a narrow, hidden trail that led behind the Greek lines. This betrayal meant that while the defenders were focused on the front, enemy soldiers could now slip around and attack from behind. The news spread quickly, and a sense of dread mixed with defiance filled the hearts of the Greeks. They knew that the time had come for the ultimate test of their unity and strength. For the early hours, the battle continued much as it had in the previous days. The Persian archers launched another fierce barrage, and the heavy infantry advanced in steady, unrelenting waves. The Greek phalanx held its ground, but now there was an added pressure. Every soldier was aware that the enemy was closing in from all sides. In the midst of this chaos, small groups of defenders rushed to cover the newly discovered gap. Men who had fought side by side for days now found themselves separated from their familiar positions, forced to rally and form makeshift defenses in the face of betrayal. In one striking moment, a veteran Spartan whose years of battle had taught him the value of calm in crisis, led a small group to block the secret path. His name was Cleomenes, and his voice, though quiet, carried a firm command that rallied the men around him. They formed a hurried but determined line along the hidden trail, knowing that every second counted. The clash that followed was bitter and personal. For every soldier Cleomenes managed to hold at bay, the enemy pressed harder, as if trying to erase the courage of the defenders with the sheer force of numbers. The battlefield turned into a maze of shifting lines. In the narrow pass, the sound of clashing spears and shields was joined by the cries of those caught in unexpected ambushes. The Greeks, now fighting not only the enemy before them but also the threat from behind, found themselves stretched thin. Yet they refused to surrender. Each man fought with the knowledge that his sacrifice was the last hope for his comrades and for the future of Greece. The pain of betrayal was deep, but it was met with a fiercer determination to stand united against the enemy. Throughout the day, the battle reached moments of such intense struggle that time itself seemed to slow. A young soldier, overwhelmed by exhaustion, found renewed strength in the sight of his comrades fighting fiercely in his honor. His eyes met those of a wounded friend, and in that brief moment, the bond of brotherhood shone brighter than the fear of death. Every charge by the Persian forces was met by the steady, unyielding response of the Greek line. Every attempt to break the formation was countered by the fierce loyalty of men who had already given so much. As the third day wore on, the struggle took on a tragic beauty. The narrow pass, already a symbol of steadfast defense, became a stage for the ultimate demonstration of human courage and sacrifice. The Greeks, with their shields scarred and their bodies bruised, fought on despite the looming threat from every side. They knew that history would remember these moments not for the pain and loss but for the spirit with which they met the enemy. The continuous back and forth of battle, the fleeting moments of hope, and the unspoken promises made between soldiers created a tapestry of valor that would echo through the ages. In the final hours of the day, as the light faded and shadows grew long across the rocky ground, the combat slowed to a grim lull. The defenders, bloodied but unbowed, gathered what strength remained to hold their ground. The betrayal had created chaos, and the once clear lines of battle were now blurred by desperation and resolve. Yet even in the dimming light, every Greek warrior knew that they had fought with every ounce of their being. Their struggle was not in vain. It was a message to the world that freedom was worth every sacrifice. Thus, the detailed accounts of the days of combat at Thermopylae reveal a story of courage, hardship, and unwavering unity. Over these 3 days, the Greeks faced overwhelming odds, adapting their tactics to counter the relentless Persian assault. From the first light of dawn on the opening day to the tragic revelations and desperate defense on the 3rd day, every moment was a testament to the human spirit. The battle was not merely a clash of armies. It was a struggle for honor, for home, and for the very idea of freedom. In the end, as night fell over the pass and the sounds of battle receded into a haunting silence, the memory of these hard-fought days remained. The detailed accounts of the combat remind us that even in the face of overwhelming odds, the courage of a few can inspire the hearts of many. The sacrifice of each soldier, whether Spartan, Thespian, Theban, or any Greek who took up arms, became a timeless lesson in the power of unity and the strength that comes from fighting for a cause greater than oneself. In the heat of the battle at Thermopylae, the bravery of a few stood as a beacon of hope for all of Greece. Among these heroes, the 300 Spartans are the most famous. They fought with unmatched courage and discipline, even when the odds were against them. Their story is one of honor, sacrifice, and the unyielding belief that freedom is worth every cost. Yet heroism at Thermopylae was not limited to the Spartans alone. Many warriors from different Greek city-states joined the fight, and their acts of valor are woven into the rich tapestry of this legendary conflict. The tale of the 300 Spartans begins with a deep sense of duty. From the moment they were trained as boys, these warriors were taught that honor and loyalty to their people came above all else. They learned to endure hardship, to push beyond pain, and to stand as one unbreakable line against any foe. On the day of battle, as the sun rose over the rocky pass of Thermopylae, each Spartan donned his armor with a clear purpose. They knew that their actions would echo through history and that their stand would be remembered long after the war had ended. One of the most striking moments came when the Spartans heard the distant rumble of the approaching Persian army. The sound was like the roar of a great beast, moving steadily toward the narrow pass. In that tense moment, every Spartan understood that their lives, their families, and the future of Greece rested on the strength of their unity. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their shields interlocking to form a wall that would stop any enemy. It was a moment filled with both fear and hope, a moment when every heart beat as one. Among the Spartans was a young warrior named Ariston. Though his age was less than that of many of his comrades, his determination shone brightly. Ariston remembered the tales told by his elders, stories of past glories and hard-won victories. Now he was to add his own chapter to that long history. With every step he took toward the enemy, he felt both the weight of his duty and the lightness of purpose that comes from fighting for a cause greater than oneself. His spear, held firm in his grip, was a symbol of his resolve. He fought not for glory or reward, but for the safety of his city and the freedom of his people. As the battle raged, the Spartans faced wave after wave of Persian soldiers. The enemy was vast, their numbers like a dark tide crashing over the narrow pass. Yet the Spartans did not waver. With each thrust of a spear and every clash of shields, they proved that the strength of the human spirit could defy even the greatest of odds. Their discipline was evident in every movement. Every man knew his role, and every shield bore the marks of countless hours of training. The phalanx, a formation perfected over generations, was a sight to behold, a living barrier that no enemy could easily break. Beyond the Spartans, Other Greek warriors played their part with equal bravery. Men from Thespia, Thebes, and other city-states joined the fight. These soldiers brought with them their own traditions and fighting styles. Though their numbers were smaller compared to the mighty Persian force, they brought a fierce determination that complemented the might of the Spartans. They fought with passion and loyalty, understanding that the fate of Greece depended on every life given in battle. One such hero was a Theban named Callimachus. Known for his quick mind and gentle heart, Callimachus transformed into a warrior of fierce determination when the moment arrived. When a small group of Persian soldiers tried to break through a weak point in the line, he led his men forward without hesitation. With clear and simple commands, he rallied his comrades. They fought with a speed that surprised even the seasoned Spartans. Their coordinated attack pushed back the enemy and saved a part of the line that seemed on the brink of collapse. In that moment, the courage of a small band of Thebans shone like a light in the darkness. The heroism did not stop with Callimachus. Stories spread among the Greek soldiers of countless acts of bravery. In the chaos of battle, there was the tale of Eudorus, a veteran from a small village who stood firm even after suffering a grievous wound. Eudorus refused to leave his post, insisting that his fall would leave his comrades in despair. Though his voice was weak, it carried a message of resilience that gave strength to those fighting beside him. For many, his sacrifice became a symbol of the deep love they held for their homeland. In the thick of combat, bonds between soldiers grew stronger. Men from different city-states, once strangers in times of peace, found common ground in the shared fight for freedom. They exchanged words of encouragement, shared their meager rations, and tended to one another's wounds. Their unity was more than a military tactic. It was a way of life. In the face of overwhelming numbers, the combined courage of the Spartans and their allies became a force that even the mighty Persian army could not easily crush. As the day wore on, the stories of heroism multiplied. A Spartan warrior named Leon, whose name echoed the bravery of the fallen king Leonidas, led a daring charge to secure a critical position along the pass. His charge, though risky, turned the tide in a key section of the battlefield. With his comrades following his lead, they pushed forward against a flurry of enemy arrows and spears. The sound of their battle cries filled the air, a clear sign that hope was alive even in the darkest moments. Leon's courage inspired many to stand tall and fight with every breath in their bodies. Later, as the Persian forces regrouped and prepared fresh waves of attack, a quiet moment of reflection took place among the Greek soldiers. They gathered briefly to honor those who had fallen, speaking in low voices of the lives lost and the sacrifices made. In these quiet moments, the true cost of the battle was felt, a reminder that every act of heroism carried a heavy price. Yet even as tears were shed, there was a strong resolve that the memory of these heroes would never fade. Their stories, full of valor and selflessness, would be passed down through the ages as a lesson in courage. The battle at Thermopylae was a test not only of physical strength but also of the strength of the heart. The heroic acts of the 300 Spartans and their allies were born of a deep belief in freedom. Each man, whether a young warrior like Ariston or an experienced fighter like Eudorus, understood that their fight was larger than themselves. It was a fight for the very idea of liberty, a fight that demanded sacrifice, honor, and an unyielding will to resist tyranny. Even as the battle grew more intense and the enemy's numbers seemed endless, the Greek warriors never lost sight of their goal. They fought with the belief that a small band of heroes could hold back a tide of invaders. Their simple words and clear actions spoke of a deep commitment to the ideals of liberty and honor. They knew that history would judge them not by the number of victories but by the courage they displayed in the face of impossible odds. As night fell over the rocky pass, the sounds of battle slowly faded into a hushed silence. The Greek soldiers, tired and battered, gathered around small fires. In the flickering light, they shared quiet stories of the day's heroism. Each story was a thread in the larger fabric of their struggle, a reminder that even in the harshest conditions, the human spirit can shine brightly. They spoke of Ariston's unwavering resolve, of Callimachus' bold leadership, and of Eudoro's enduring strength. Their voices, soft yet filled with pride, carried the hope that their sacrifice would lead to a brighter future for Greece. The legacy of the 300 Spartans and their allies lives on in every story of bravery told by those who survived the battle. These stories remind us that true heroism is not measured by the number of enemies defeated, but by the willingness to stand firm against adversity. In the memory of those who fought at Thermopylae, we find a timeless lesson in courage and unity. Their simple acts of valor, born of a deep love for their homeland, continue to inspire people even today. As the night deepened, the Greek warriors found comfort in knowing that their deeds would never be forgotten. The tales of heroism, from the smallest act of kindness to the boldest charge, became the very heartbeat of their culture. In the days that followed, as the battle lines shifted and the struggle for freedom continued, the spirit of these heroes guided every step. Their legacy was a constant reminder that even a small group of determined individuals can change the course of history. Thus, the stories of heroism at Thermopylae stand as a testament to the strength of the human spirit. The 300 Spartans, with their unwavering discipline and courage, led the charge against a mighty enemy. Yet it was the combined heroism of all the Greek allies, from Sparta, Thebes, Thessaly, and beyond, that truly defined this epic struggle. Together, they showed that unity, sacrifice, and a deep belief in a noble cause can light even the darkest of times. Their legacy continues to remind us that in the face of overwhelming odds, the courage of a few can indeed make all the difference. In the quiet aftermath of the battle, as the first light of dawn broke once more over Thermopylae, the memory of these heroes was etched into the land. Their names, their deeds, and their unyielding spirit became part of the very soil upon which they fought. The stories of the 300 Spartans and all the brave souls who stood with them have been passed down through the ages, a powerful reminder that freedom is a gift won at the price of sacrifice, and that even in the direst of moments, hope and courage can prevail. The legacy of their heroism is not merely a tale of war but a tribute to human resilience, a lesson that each act of bravery, no matter how small, can light the way for future generations. Their simple, honest courage continues to inspire all who learn of their deeds, urging us to remember that every sacrifice for freedom adds to the strength of a nation. Even as time moves forward and new challenges arise, the memory of those who fought at Thermopylae endures, a timeless symbol of the power of unity and the human will to overcome. Every whispered story by the fire, every lesson taught in the schools of Greece, and every monument raised in their honor testifies to the fact that in the darkest hour, the light of heroism shines brightest. The morning at Thermopylae began with a heavy stillness that seemed to foreshadow the deep sorrow that would soon grip the Greek camp. The defenders, determined to hold their narrow pass against the vast Persian force, had already endured long days of relentless combat. In the midst of their struggle for freedom, a hidden threat loomed, one that would shake their trust and alter the course of the battle forever. This was the day when one man's personal ambition and bitterness turned into an act of treachery that history would never forget: the betrayal of Ephialtes. Ephialtes was a local native, born in a modest village nestled in the shadow of the rugged hills near Thermopylae. In his early years he led a quiet life, tending to small flocks and working the land much like his neighbors. Yet even as a young man he felt that fate had passed him by. He harbored a growing resentment over his humble origins and the lack of recognition he believed he deserved. Over time, these private grievances hardened into a bitter ambition, a longing for power and wealth that could elevate him far above the common folk. As the threat of the Persian invasion spread, Ephialtes found himself at a crossroads. On one side were the brave Greek defenders, men who had vowed to protect their homes and preserve their freedom. On the other side lay the mighty Persian army, promising untold riches and status to anyone who could offer them an advantage. The idea of a new life, where his skills might be rewarded and his name remembered, began to take hold in Ephialtes' troubled heart. Slowly he came to see that his future might be brighter if he chose to side with the invaders rather than remain among those he saw as weak and undisciplined. Late one night, when the Greek camp was shrouded in darkness and the only sounds were the murmurs of soldiers and the distant calls of nocturnal animals, Ephialtes slipped away from his small quarters. With each cautious step along the familiar paths of his homeland, he wrestled with the conflict inside him. The rugged terrain that he knew so well provided both a comfort from childhood memories and a secret advantage for his treacherous plan. He reached a narrow, winding trail hidden among rocks and dense scrub, a route known only to those who roamed these lands in solitude. There, in the solitude of the night, Ephialtes met with a small group of Persian scouts. Their eyes gleamed with the promise of fortune, and they listened intently as he described the secret path. In plain, unadorned language he explained every twist and turn of the route, pointing out the rocky outcrops that would hide the enemy's movements and the narrow bends that would mask the approach of a large force. The scouts exchanged satisfied glances, their minds already racing with the tactical advantage this new information would provide to their master, King Xerxes. When dawn finally broke, the Greek soldiers stirred to a new day filled with hope and a fierce resolve to defend their land. But that hope was about to be dashed. As the Persian commanders quickly acted on Ephialtes' information, detachments of enemy troops began to move silently along the hidden trail. By the time the Greek forces fully realized what was happening, the invaders had already positioned themselves in a way that threatened the very flank of the narrow pass. The news of this betrayal spread through the Greek camp like wildfire. Shock and disbelief rippled among the soldiers as they struggled to come to terms with the fact that one of their own had turned his back on them. For many, Ephialtes' act was more than just a military setback. It was a deep, personal wound. The trusted bond among the defenders was suddenly marred by the realization that treachery could come from within their own ranks. Whispers of his name, once spoken without malice, now carried the bitter taste of dishonor and betrayal. In the chaos that followed, the Greek commanders hurried to adjust their strategy. They quickly shifted troops to guard the vulnerable flank now exposed by the secret path. Veteran warriors who had long relied on the solidity of their unity now had to brace themselves against a new enemy coming from a direction they had never expected. Amid the urgency and confusion, one respected Spartan leader, his voice steady despite the shock, rallied his comrades by reminding them that honor and unity were stronger than any single act of treachery. His words, simple and resolute, urged every soldier to stand firm and not let one man's selfish ambition undermine their sacred duty. Yet, despite their swift reorganization, the effect of Ephialtes' betrayal was immediately evident on the battlefield. As the Persian detachments surged in from the hidden route, the Greeks found themselves caught in a pincer movement. The once impenetrable line of shields and spears, which had repelled countless assaults, now had to stretch and pivot to cover both front and flank. The unexpected attack created chaos among the ranks, and in the ensuing moments, the harsh reality of Ephialtes' treachery bore down on every soldier. Amid the clash of arms and the cries of the wounded, individual acts of valor became even more poignant. A young Spartan, barely out of his youth, fought with a desperate intensity as he tried to stem the tide from the new attack. He recalled the long hours of training and the sacred duty that had been instilled in him since childhood. With his spear clutched tightly and his eyes burning with determination, he fought not only against the enemy but against the sting of betrayal that now threatened to overwhelm him. His struggle was echoed by warriors from other Greek city-states who, despite their differences in training and background, united in the shared pain of being betrayed. The Persian advantage, gained by the secret knowledge of the hidden trail, began to take a heavy toll on the defenders. Waves of enemy soldiers, their numbers vast and their resolve bolstered by the unexpected opening, pressed against the Greek lines with renewed vigor. The narrow pass, a natural fortress that had long provided the Greeks with a defensive edge, now seemed to be crumbling under the weight of the multifaceted assault. Every gap in the line, every falter in the steadfast formation, was met with the ruthless determination of the invaders. Even as the Greek soldiers battled on, a heavy sadness settled over the camp. The betrayal of Ephialtes was a reminder that even in moments of shared hardship and mutual struggle, the human heart could be swayed by ambition and envy. His name became a byword for treachery, a cautionary tale that would be recounted by survivors and chroniclers for generations to come. In every whispered conversation by the flickering light of campfires, soldiers spoke of Ephialtes with a mixture of anger and sorrow, knowing that his act of betrayal had left a scar on their collective honor. Yet, in the midst of the overwhelming onslaught, the spirit of the Greek defenders did not waver completely. Their hearts, though heavy with the knowledge of betrayal, continued to beat with fierce loyalty and an unyielding desire to protect their homeland. Every time the enemy pushed forward, fresh groups of soldiers moved to close the gaps, driven by the belief that no single act, however painful, could shatter their unity forever. The resolve to fight on, to honor the sacrifice of those who had given their lives, became the beacon that guided them through the darkest moments of that tragic day. As the battle wore on, the Persian forces exploited the breach created by the secret path with relentless persistence. The Greek lines, now spread thinner than ever, fought back with all the courage and determination they could muster. In the heat of the renewed combat, the betrayal of Ephialtes was transformed into a call for even greater sacrifice. A reminder that freedom demanded not only bravery on the battlefield but also loyalty to one another. The soldiers, many of them wounded and exhausted, rallied together with a renewed sense of purpose, their eyes reflecting both the pain of loss and the light of undying hope. By late afternoon, as the sun began its slow descent behind the rugged mountains, the full impact of the treachery had been laid bare. The once familiar terrain of Thermopylae, with its rocky outcrops and narrow paths, now bore the scars of a battle fought on multiple fronts. The Greek defenders, though battered and burdened by the shock of betrayal, continued to fight with a determination that defied despair. Their efforts to plug the gap left by the traitor were marked by small victories, moments when the enemy was forced to retreat, however briefly, by the indomitable will of the warriors. In the somber twilight that followed the day's fiercest fighting, the Greek camp was filled with a heavy silence. Amid the low murmur of grieving comrades and the soft lamentations of those who had lost friends to the Persian assault, the story of Ephialtes' betrayal took on a lasting significance. It became not just a chapter of treachery, but also a solemn lesson on the importance of trust, loyalty, and the unbreakable bonds that hold a people together in the face of overwhelming adversity. The name Ephialtes would live on in infamy, a stark reminder that even in the midst of a noble struggle, human frailties could lead to devastating consequences. For every young warrior who later took up arms, the cautionary tale of his betrayal would be recounted as a lesson to guard against the temptation of personal gain over collective honor. And as the survivors of that fateful day tended to their wounds and rebuilt their defenses, they carried with them the enduring message that unity, though sometimes tested, was the only true safeguard against the forces of tyranny. In the quiet of that evening, as stars began to pierce the darkening sky, the defenders of Thermopylae made a silent vow. They would remember the bitter pain of Ephialtes' treachery, and they would honor the sacrifice of every comrade who had given their all in defense of Greece. Their determination to overcome betrayal and to stand together in the face of despair became a beacon for future generations, a promise that even the darkest night could not extinguish the light of true loyalty and courage. The battle at Thermopylae had reached its final, desperate hours. The once bright sun now dipped low behind jagged hills, casting long shadows over the blood-stained pass. The air was thick with the heavy scent of smoke and the sharp tang of iron from spilled blood. 4 days the Greek defenders had fought with every ounce of strength and courage they could muster. Now, with fatigue etched on every face and wounds marking their bodies, they prepared to make their final stand. In the narrow pass, the small band of warriors, Spartans, Thebans, Thespians, and others, gathered in silence. They knew that the relentless Persian tide, bolstered by numbers and the advantage of the secret path, was closing in. Yet in that quiet moment before the final assault, there was an undeniable spirit of resolve. Each soldier, whether a veteran with scars from past battles or a young man facing death for the first time, held his shield high and gripped his spear with determination. They were united in the belief that their sacrifice might inspire their countrymen and keep the flame of freedom alive. The once strong wall of shields, which had held back countless waves of invaders, now trembled with exhaustion. Yet even as some men stumbled from fatigue and pain, their eyes shone with an inner fire. They recalled the long hours of training, the lessons of discipline, and the fierce love for their homeland. It was in these final moments that their true strength emerged. A strength that came not from numbers but from an unyielding spirit of honor. As the Persian forces advanced, the ground trembled with their marching feet. The enemy soldiers, confident in their overwhelming numbers, pressed forward with a mix of arrogance and urgency. Their arrows soared through the dimming light, a dark rain that fell upon the Greek lines. Each arrow that struck a shield or a fallen comrade was a reminder of the brutal price of defiance. Yet the defenders held their ground, knowing that every heartbeat and every breath was a small act of rebellion against tyranny. In one part of the pass, a small group of Spartans gathered closely, their faces set in grim determination. Among them was a warrior named Cleombrotus, whose steady gaze and calm voice offered reassurance to those around him. "Stand firm," he called out in simple words that cut through the chaos. "Let our courage be the light in this darkness." His words echoed, and even as the enemy pressed forward, the men fought with renewed purpose. They knew that each moment of resistance was a gift to future generations, a reminder that even against impossible odds, honor could shine through. The last hours were marked by acts of extraordinary bravery and heartbreaking sacrifice. In the midst of the clamor, a young Theban soldier named Dorion clutched his injured side but continued to fight. He had lost his close friend in an earlier wave, and now every thrust of his spear was a tribute to that fallen comrade. His face, smeared with sweat and dust, radiated a fierce determination. Around him, others fought with similar passion. Even as the enemy broke through small gaps in the line, bands of warriors rushed forward to plug them, often at the cost of their own lives. Every clashing of swords and every cry of pain blended into a relentless symphony of war. The defenders moved as one, their formation shifting and readjusting with each new assault. The narrow terrain, which had once provided them with a clear advantage, now became a stage for desperate maneuvers. At one point, a group of Spartans found themselves surrounded by Persian soldiers. With no hope of retreat, they fought in close quarters, their shields pressed together as they formed a human barrier. The sound of their combined defiance was both terrible and beautiful. a reminder that even in the face of death, the human spirit can be indomitable. As dusk deepened into a cold, dark evening, the defenders' numbers dwindled. Many had fallen, their bodies lying silent on the rocky ground. Yet even with heavy hearts, the surviving warriors refused to yield. They shared quiet looks of understanding and mutual sorrow. In those unspoken exchanges, they passed on the legacy of every fallen comrade. A legacy of courage, love for their homeland, and the unbreakable bond of brotherhood. Each man felt the weight of responsibility, knowing that the eyes of history would soon fall upon them. On a rocky outcrop overlooking the pass, a wounded Spartan captain, Leonidas' loyal follower Demetrios, knelt to catch his breath. His armor was dented, his shield cracked, but his spirit burned as brightly as ever. He recalled the long training days in the Agoge, the stories of heroic deeds passed down from one generation to the next. Now, in his final hours, he knew that his sacrifice, along with that of his brothers in arms, would become part of an enduring story. A story that would be told to inspire all who cherished freedom. With trembling hands, he tightened his grip on his spear and rose to join the fray once more, his eyes fixed on the advancing enemy. The Persians, seeing the relentless spirit of the Greeks, pressed harder. Their commanders ordered fresh waves of soldiers to exploit every weakness. The noise of battle reached a fevered pitch. Arrows and spears flew from both sides, and the roar of soldiers filled the narrow pass. Yet even as the enemy surged, the Greeks' resolve did not falter. They fought not for victory, for they knew that the numbers would eventually overwhelm them, but for the honor of their land and the hope that their stand might buy time for others to rise. In one of the most harrowing moments, a small group of Greek warriors found themselves cornered by a large group of Persian soldiers. With no escape, they turned to face the enemy. They formed a tight circle, their shields interlocked, and advanced as if their very lives depended on it, because they did. Each man fought with the knowledge that this could be their final act. Their determination was fierce, and even the enemy paused in momentary awe of such steadfastness. It was as if, in that circle of defiance, time itself had slowed to honor their sacrifice. As the last light of day faded, the air grew bitterly cold. The defenders, now few in number, stood together in the fading glow, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of torches and the glow of distant fires. They whispered prayers for strength and for the souls of their fallen comrades. The silence that followed each whisper was heavy with both grief and an unyielding promise that their stand, though doomed, would never be forgotten. The final assault came swiftly. With the darkness of night as their cover, Persian soldiers flooded into the pass from all directions. The defenders met them with a cry of defiance that rang out into the night. In that final, terrible moment, every man fought with the fullness of his heart. There was no thought for self, only the burning desire to hold the line, even if it meant certain death. Spears clashed against swords, shields buckled under the force of the enemy, and the ground was soaked with the blood of heroes. In the chaos of the final stand, the last surviving Greek warriors fought with a courage that seemed to burn brighter than any torch. Their movements were slow and deliberate, each action a testament to the training and honor that had brought them to this moment. Even as the enemy overwhelmed them, each man carried the memory of his home, his family, and the sacred duty to protect Greece. In those final hours, they became more than soldiers. They became symbols of resistance against a force that sought to crush their spirit. When the fighting finally subsided, a heavy silence fell over Thermopylae. The narrow pass, once alive with the sounds of battle, was now a place of stillness and solemn remembrance. The brave men who had made their final stand lay silent upon the rugged earth, their sacrifice etched into the stone and soil. Though the enemy had claimed the field, the legacy of their courage and determination would live on forever in the hearts and minds of their people. In that quiet aftermath, as the stars emerged in the cold night sky, the survivors, if there were any left to tell the tale, gazed upon the pass with sorrowful pride. They knew that though they had been defeated, the spirit of Thermopylae had been forged in a fire of honor and sacrifice. Their stand would serve as a beacon for all of Greece, a reminder that even the smallest band of warriors could hold back an empire with courage and unity. The final hours at Thermopylae became a legend, a story passed down through the ages, written not in words alone but in the very hearts of those who cherish freedom. It was a story of a last stand where every man fought as if the fate of the world rested on his shoulders, and indeed it did. Their sacrifice would echo through time, a powerful lesson in the cost of liberty and the enduring strength of the human spirit. The air at Thermopylae was heavy with the scent of smoke and blood as the battle reached its most desperate hour. At the center of the Greek defense stood King Leonidas, a leader whose name had come to symbolize courage and honor. He had led his men with a steady hand and an unwavering heart, inspiring those around him to stand firm in the face of an enemy that seemed unstoppable. In this final hour, as the Persian forces pressed in from every direction, the fate of Greece hung in the balance. For many years, Leonidas had trained his soldiers to work as one. Every Spartan and every allied fighter knew their role and the duty they owed to their country. As the battle raged, his voice was the beacon that kept hope alive. He moved among his men with calm determination, offering words of encouragement even when his own eyes were fixed on the approaching enemy. His presence was a constant reminder of the values they all held dear: loyalty, sacrifice, and the strength of unity. That fateful day, as the Persians surged through the narrow pass and attacks came from both the front and the hidden flanks, Leonidas knew that the time had come for him to stand at the very front of the struggle. The betrayal by Ephialtes had already opened a deadly gap in the Greek lines, and the enemy had poured in with relentless force. In the midst of chaos, Leonidas gathered his closest warriors around him. Their shields were battered, their faces streaked with sweat and dust, yet in their eyes burned a fierce determination. They knew that their king was not one to shy away from danger. He would lead them into the heart of the enemy even if it meant his own life. With his royal cloak and his distinctive helmet, Leonidas was a living symbol of Sparta. He stepped forward as a man determined to protect his people, his spear clenched tightly in his hand. The ground trembled under the weight of the Persian army, and the clamor of battle filled the narrow pass. Yet amid the clashing of weapons and the cries of pain, the king's presence brought a brief, silent moment of awe. His steady gaze swept over his men, instilling in them a sense of purpose even as the enemy pressed ever closer. Leonidas fought in the thick of the action, his spear striking with precision and his shield absorbing the impact of countless blows. Every move he made was a lesson in bravery. He was not an unreachable hero but a man who had known hardship and pain, and who chose to face death with honor rather than surrender. As arrows rained down and swords clashed, he led his warriors into positions that saved lives and slowed the relentless Persian assault. For a time, the enemy hesitated at the sight of their king fighting so boldly, and hope began to kindle in the hearts of the Greek soldiers. In the midst of this struggle, however, fate was weaving a tragic end. The Persian numbers were overwhelming, and the pressure from every side was too great to hold back for long. In one of the most intense moments of combat, a massive wave of enemy soldiers surged forward. Their arrival was like a dark tide that threatened to drown the brave defenders. Amid the chaos, Leonidas fought on, his eyes fixed on the enemy lines. He urged his men to hold the formation even as the pressure increased. It was then that a fatal blow came. A Persian spear, thrown with deadly accuracy by an enemy archer hidden among the advancing troops, found its mark. It pierced through the space between his armor and into his side. In that moment, time seemed to slow for Leonidas. His eyes widened briefly as he felt the searing pain spread through his body, but his face remained resolute. The warrior's heart, which had beat steadily for the honor of Sparta, now faltered in the face of mortal injury. Leonidas sank to one knee, still fighting to push back the overwhelming tide. His blood mingled with the dust of the pass as he clutched his wound. Around him, his men roared with anger and sorrow at the sight of their beloved king falling. Even as his body weakened, his voice rose once more, commanding, firm, and filled with the same unyielding spirit he had embodied all his life. "Hold the line," he cried, his words echoing across the battlefield. "For Sparta. For Greece." Those words ignited a final burst of determination among his warriors. Every soldier who had ever heard the legend of Leonidas felt their hearts swell with the weight of his sacrifice. They fought harder, filling the gap that had begun to widen with despair. The king's fall did not bring the end. Rather, it set a fire ablaze within each man. In the painful moment when Leonidas, their guiding light, began to fade, the resolve of the Greek fighters shone even brighter. They vowed that his sacrifice would not be in vain, and that his memory would be carried into every future battle for freedom. In his final moments, Leonidas saw the faces of his men. Their eyes, glistening with tears and determination, were a mirror of his own steadfast heart. He whispered words that were both a farewell and a blessing. "Remember me, but do not falter. My spirit will be with you always, in every shield that holds, in every spear that strikes, in every heart that beats for our land." With that, the great king closed his eyes, his final breath mingling with the sighs of a wounded, yet unbroken nation. The news of Leonidas' fall spread quickly among the Greek forces. The immediate effect was one of deep mourning, yet paradoxically, it also steeled their resolve. For many, the death of their king was a moment of both profound loss and transformative inspiration. His sacrifice became the rallying cry that would echo through the remaining hours of the battle. Warriors who had felt the despair of certain defeat now found a new strength in the memory of Leonidas' last stand. In the moments following his death, the Greek line held even tighter. The sight of their fallen leader, noble even in defeat, sparked a wave of bravery that rippled through every rank. Every shield raised and every spear thrust was now an act of defiance against an enemy that had taken their king. They fought not only for survival but to honor the legacy of a man who had given everything for his people. His blood, spilled on the sacred ground of Thermopylae, was a symbol that freedom was worth every sacrifice. The loss of Leonidas had an immediate and powerful effect on morale. Soldiers who had seen the unyielding will of their leader in battle felt that his spirit lived on in them. They recalled the many stories of his bravery, from the disciplined formations he had led to the single-handed deflections of enemy blows. His presence, though no longer in body, seemed to fill the pass with an almost tangible energy. Each time a soldier felt doubt, the memory of Leonidas' unwavering determination propelled him forward. His legacy became the shield that protected their hearts against fear. As the battle continued, the fall of Leonidas marked a turning point. The Persian forces, though still mighty in number, found that their advance was met with renewed ferocity. The Greeks, united by the pain of their loss, fought with a fire that even the enemy could not quench. The spirit of their king was woven into every act of defiance, and every cry of "For Leonidas" served to remind them of the cost of freedom. It was a call that resonated in the hearts of all who had taken up arms, a call that would be remembered for generations to come. The immediate aftermath of Leonidas' death was a flurry of emotion and determination. Around his fallen body, the survivors gathered in a quiet, respectful circle. They tended to their wounds, and some even took a moment to pray for the soul of their king. In that sacred pause, the weight of his sacrifice was felt by every man. The fall of Leonidas was a sorrowful loss, but it also crystallized the resolve of the Greek defenders to hold the line at all costs. His death became the ultimate symbol of the fight for honor, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the light of courage would never be extinguished. In the days that followed, as the battle raged on and the Persian forces exploited every opening, the story of Leonidas' final stand spread like a beacon of hope throughout Greece. His sacrifice was recounted in hushed tones by those who survived, and it inspired countless others to take up arms in the struggle for liberty. The memory of his last words and the image of his noble, bloodied face served as a guiding light for all who believed in the power of unity and honor. His fall was not seen as the end of an era, but rather as the beginning of a legacy that would endure long after the battle had ended. Thus, the fall of Leonidas was both a tragic loss and a powerful catalyst for the continued resistance of the Greek forces. In his final act, the king had not only shown the enemy that his spirit could never be broken, but he had also gifted his men with the strength to carry on. His sacrifice was a stark reminder that true leadership is not measured by the length of one's reign but by the courage one displays in the face of death. For every Spartan, every Theban, and every allied soldier, the memory of Leonidas would serve as a constant reminder that even the greatest loss could be transformed into a source of enduring hope. The clash at Thermopylae had ended in a victory for the Persian forces, a triumph that came at a high cost for both sides. In the hours after the final stand of the Greek defenders, the narrow pass was filled with a heavy silence, broken only by the soft murmur of voices and the slow, measured footsteps of soldiers. The vast Persian army, having overcome the stubborn resistance of the Greeks, now took a moment to gather and assess the battlefield. Dust swirled in the fading light as the victorious troops moved cautiously over the rocky ground. They had achieved their immediate objective by breaking the line of the defenders, yet the price of their success was visible in the blood-soaked earth and the fallen warriors scattered among the stones. In the wake of the battle, Persian commanders ordered their troops to regroup and secure the pass. The air was filled with the low hum of orders and the clatter of armor as units reformed into new lines. Officers dressed in finely decorated armor moved among their men, offering both praise and stern reminders of the tasks ahead. They knew that the victory, although impressive, was only a step in a long campaign to subdue Greece. The immediate aftermath demanded careful planning. The army had to secure the area, tend to the wounded, and prepare for the next phase of their invasion. Persian soldiers, drawn from many lands, gathered around the battlefield with mixed feelings of pride and solemn reflection. For these warriors, the battle had been a severe test of endurance and unity. Their overwhelming numbers had long been their greatest strength, yet the fierce and determined resistance of the Greeks had forced them to fight with a precision that was both admirable and humbling. Even in celebration, there was a quiet acknowledgement of the valor shown by the enemy. Their discipline and sacrifice had impressed many, and even as the victors cheered, a few spoke in respectful tones of the courage of those who had fallen. Amid the jubilation, the Persians began to collect the remnants of the battle. The fallen Greek warriors who had fought with unwavering resolve were gathered carefully by a small group of soldiers assigned the grim duty of recovering bodies. In some cases, the Persians carried the remains back to their camp as a mark of respect. In other cases, the brutal realities of war dictated a more pragmatic approach. The battlefield became a somber tableau of sacrifice and honor. While the Persian army celebrated their hard-won success with songs and cheers, many of their commanders knew that the victory at Thermopylae had also drained their own forces. Wounds and fatigue were evident, reminding all that even triumph came at a great cost. As the day wore on and the heat of battle gave way to the coolness of evening, the Persian camp sprang into activity. Tents were raised, fires lit, and makeshift infirmaries established to care for the wounded. In a large, open area near the pass, commanders gathered to review the day's events. They discussed how the narrow terrain had aided the Greeks in their desperate stand and how the betrayal and bravery of the enemy had turned the tide of the fight. Their strategy was clear: secure Thermopylae, gather supplies, and press further into Greece. Yet behind every order lay the understanding that the Greeks, though beaten on the field, were not yet vanquished entirely. Within the camp, the mood among the Persian troops was a blend of elation and caution. Many soldiers recounted the moments of battle in simple, heartfelt terms, expressing admiration for the enemy's determination. Stories spread of how a small band of warriors had held back a tide of invaders, and these tales began to form a quiet legend even among those who now wore the victor's mantle. In the hushed hours of the night, while some slept fitfully in their tents, others pondered whether the sacrifice they had witnessed would stir a long-lasting resistance among the Greeks, a thought that made them both proud and wary. In nearby villages, news of the battle's outcome stirred fear and uncertainty. Locals who had watched the conflict from a distance exchanged worried glances and whispered in low voices about the fate of their homes. The Persian victory was seen not only as a demonstration of overwhelming power but also as a harbinger of darker times to come. Community elders gathered in small meetings to discuss the implications of the loss. They recalled the heroic stand of the defenders and vowed, in quiet tones, that the memory of Thermopylae would inspire future resistance. These discussions were filled with sorrow and hope alike, as the people resolved to keep alive the stories of those who had given everything for their freedom. The Persian messengers soon carried the news of the victory to King Xerxes, who received it with a mixture of satisfaction and measured resolve. In his grand tent, surrounded by his trusted generals, Xerxes listened intently as the reports detailed both the triumph and the heavy toll the battle had taken. While the king celebrated the opening of a route deeper into Greece, he was also aware of the challenges that lay ahead. His orders were clear: secure the pass, consolidate the gains, and prepare for the next phase of the campaign. Yet he reminded his officers that the spirit of the Greeks was not easily broken, and that the legacy of Thermopylae might well spur renewed defiance in the days to come. As the Persian army set about fortifying their newly gained position, work began in earnest on building temporary barriers and digging shallow trenches along the narrow path. The soldiers labored under strict discipline, knowing that even a brief lapse could allow the scattered Greek forces to regroup and strike back. The sounds of construction filled the camp: hammers striking metal, shouts of coordination, and the steady rhythm of men driven by duty and the thrill of victory. Every action was performed with the understanding that this moment was critical, for the consolidation of their hold on Thermopylae would determine the pace of the entire campaign. Yet even as the Persians organized, an undercurrent of uncertainty persisted among many of their officers. The fierce resistance of the Greeks had shown that the enemy was not as weak as they might have hoped. In quiet moments, some commanders expressed concern that the valor and sacrifice displayed on the field could ignite a broader uprising among the Greek states. The fear was not that the Persians would lose a battle, but that the memory of the sacrifice at Thermopylae might unite the scattered remnants of the Greek armies in a long, bitter struggle for freedom. Despite this worry, the general mood in the camp remained one of determination, as every soldier was keenly aware that their hard-fought victory was only the beginning of a larger, ongoing conflict. In the days that followed, the Persian victory at Thermopylae was both celebrated and analyzed. The battlefield itself, now quiet and strewn with the marks of combat, became a somber reminder of the high cost of war. For the Persians, the victory was a demonstration of their might and a stepping stone toward greater conquests in Greece. For the Greeks, however, It was a symbol of the ultimate sacrifice, the day when brave men and women chose honor over surrender, even in the face of insurmountable odds. The legacy of Thermopylae would be told in hushed tones around campfires, in taverns, and in the hearts of those who still dreamed of freedom. As the Persian forces pressed on and secured the pass, the immediate aftermath of the battle took on a dual nature. It was a moment of triumph and a portent of further strife. The victory had opened the way into the heart of Greece, yet it also left a deep scar on the land and in the memory of its people. In the quiet hours after the fighting, while the Persians planned their next move, the story of Thermopylae began to spread. A story that would fuel the fires of resistance for generations. The bravery of the fallen defenders and the harsh lessons of betrayal and sacrifice were destined to inspire countless acts of defiance, even as the empire continued its relentless advance. Thus, the Persian victory at Thermopylae, achieved through overwhelming force and tactical cunning, was marked by both the spoils of battle and the solemn memory of those who had stood against tyranny. In the immediate aftermath, as the victors secured their ground and prepared for the next chapter in the war, the legacy of the battle was already being written. The land, stained with blood and echoing with the silence of loss, bore witness to a moment in time when victory came at the highest price. A price that would resonate through the ages as a symbol of both the power of an empire and the enduring strength of a people determined to be free. In the quiet aftermath of Thermopylae, long after the battle had ended and the enemy's banners had passed, a deeper struggle began within the hearts of the Greek people. The events of that fateful day and the days that followed left an indelible mark on every citizen, soldiers, farmers, poets, and mothers alike. The memory of the brave stand, the sacrifice of every defender, and the bitter sting of betrayal forged a new national identity. This chapter tells the story of how Thermopylae reshaped the Greek spirit, instilling both a deep sorrow and a renewed resolve to fight for freedom. When news of the heroic resistance spread from camp to camp and village to village, it quickly became more than a military tale. It grew into a symbol of unwavering courage against overwhelming odds. Even as the Persian forces advanced and cities trembled at the prospect of conquest, the memory of Thermopylae provided the Greek people with a moral beacon. In every whispered conversation and tearful farewell, the heroes of the past were remembered. Their sacrifice was not measured in the battles they won, but in the hearts they inspired. For the common folk, the story of Thermopylae became a legacy of hope. In small villages scattered across the rugged mountains and fertile plains of Greece, elders gathered their children by the flickering light of oil lamps and recounted the tale of the brave warriors who had chosen death over surrender. They spoke of the unity displayed on that narrow ridge, of a people who, despite their differences, came together with a single purpose: to defend their way of life. These stories, told in simple and heartfelt language, became the moral backbone of a nation determined to preserve its freedom at all costs. In the aftermath of the battle, the psychological impact was profound. Many soldiers who had survived the brutal fight carried with them deep scars, not all of which were visible. They recalled the deafening cries of fallen comrades and the sudden shock of betrayal by one of their own. The pain of that betrayal cut through the spirit of the defenders, yet it also ignited a burning determination never to let such treachery weaken their resolve again. This collective grief turned into a fierce commitment to honor those who had fallen, a promise that their sacrifice would kindle the flame of resistance in every heart. The battle also changed the way Greeks saw themselves. Previously divided by local rivalries and petty disputes, the shared memory of Thermopylae served as a unifying force. In the courts of Athens, Sparta, Corinth, and Thebes, discussions turned from rivalry to the common goal of defending their heritage. Political leaders began to stress the importance of unity, and philosophers wrote about the moral duty of every citizen to stand against tyranny. In this way, the battle's legacy slowly morphed into a moral call to arms that transcended individual differences and regional loyalties. Artists and poets, too, found inspiration in the heroic struggle. With quills and paintbrushes, they sought to capture the tragic beauty of a battle fought not only with swords and shields but also with honor and unyielding spirit. Their works, simple yet powerful, celebrated the idea that the true strength of a nation lies not in its numbers but in its heart. Through these cultural expressions, the psychological impact of Thermopylae seeped into everyday life, reminding everyone that even in the darkest hours, courage could light the way. For the soldiers who had fought on the narrow ridge, the aftermath of Thermopylae was a mix of pride and lingering sorrow. They had seen their comrades fall one by one and had felt the shock of a traitor's hand. Yet with every loss they grew more resolute. The battle had taught them that the price of freedom was steep but worth every sacrifice. In the quiet moments before dawn, when the memories of the clashing armies and the cries of the wounded returned, these warriors would close their eyes and remember why they had chosen to stand. The courage that had driven them to face an empire was now the very force that sustained them in the long, difficult days that followed. Across Greece, the moral impact of the battle reshaped the values of a society on the brink of despair. In taverns and marketplaces, people debated the meaning of heroism and sacrifice. They discussed how a small group of resolute men could challenge a mighty empire, and many came to believe that the spirit of resistance was the true essence of Greek identity. This shared belief gave birth to a new national consciousness, one that placed honor and unity above individual ambition. It was a lesson carved into the collective memory, a lesson that would fuel future generations in their quest for liberation. In schools and public gatherings, teachers and leaders recounted the events at Thermopylae, emphasizing the psychological strength and moral clarity that had emerged from the struggle. They spoke in simple, direct language that even the youngest children could understand, that in the face of overwhelming odds, the spirit of a people could never be broken. The story was not merely about a battle lost but about a message that resonated far beyond the battlefield. It was a call to remember that true power comes from within and that the bonds of community and shared purpose are mightier than any invading force. The impact was also felt on a personal level. Many families who had lost loved ones at Thermopylae found solace in the idea that the fallen had not died in vain. Their sacrifice was honored in everyday acts of courage. A farmer who stood up against unjust rule, a merchant who risked his livelihood to help a neighbor, or a mother who taught her children the value of standing up for what is right. In this way, the battle became a silent mentor, guiding individual actions with its timeless lesson on the dignity of sacrifice. Moreover, the moral aftermath of Thermopylae led to a quiet revolution in the arts of war and peace. The ancient Greek philosophers who had long debated the nature of virtue and justice now had a living example before their eyes. They argued that the battlefield was not only a place of death but also a crucible in which the ideals of freedom and honor were tested and proven. Their discussions shaped the cultural landscape for years to come, inspiring reforms in the way society was organized and how future conflicts would be approached. The battle had shown that the strength of a nation was measured in its willingness to fight for its ideals, and this understanding would eventually influence the political evolution of Greece. For some, however, the psychological scars of Thermopylae were a heavy burden. Survivors of the battle, both on the field and among the families left behind, wrestled with memories of loss and the weight of unfulfilled promises. The nightmares of that day sometimes haunted them, and they struggled to reconcile the image of a glorious stand with the harsh reality of death and betrayal. Yet even in this struggle there was a quiet beauty. The pain of remembrance became a reminder that the past was alive and that every sacrifice had contributed to the moral fabric of the nation. In their grief, many found strength, and in their sorrow, They discovered an unspoken bond with the heroes of Thermopylae. In the end, the psychological and moral impact of the battle was profound and enduring. Thermopylae was not simply a military encounter. It was a turning point in the story of Greece. It forged a collective identity that transcended regional differences and instilled in every citizen the belief that honor and unity were the true sources of strength. The legacy of that day was etched into every stone, every piece of art, and every word of poetry that celebrated the indomitable spirit of a people determined to remain free. Even as the years turned to centuries, the lessons of Thermopylae continued to resonate. In times of hardship and invasion, the memory of those brave souls who had given their lives to defend their homeland provided a source of moral courage and resilience. The psychological impact of the battle became a wellspring from which new leaders drew inspiration and strength. A reminder that even the smallest act of defiance against tyranny could light a spark of hope that would never be extinguished. Thus, the battle at Thermopylae became much more than a clash of armies. It was a profound lesson in the power of the human spirit, a story of loss and heroism that would echo through the ages. In the hearts and minds of the Greek people, the courage displayed on that rocky pass became a symbol of the eternal fight for freedom. A reminder that even when the odds seem insurmountable, the light of unity and moral conviction will guide a nation through its darkest hours. The story of Thermopylae did not end when the last Spartan fell or when the Persian army claimed the narrow pass. Instead, its legacy grew over the centuries, becoming a symbol of bravery, sacrifice, and the enduring spirit of freedom. In every corner of Greece and beyond, the memory of those who fought at Thermopylae found a special place in art, literature, and the hearts of ordinary people. This chapter explores how the battle has been remembered, celebrated, and transformed into a powerful cultural myth, a legacy that continues to shape the national identity and moral values of many. In the years following the battle, poets and storytellers began to recount the tale in simple, moving words. They described the brave warriors who had stood together against overwhelming odds, their shields interlocked in a wall of defiance. The verses praised the unyielding courage of the Spartans and their allies, and the painful cost of betrayal that had opened the way for the enemy. These stories, passed down from generation to generation, became more than mere historical accounts. They were lessons in honor and sacrifice. In small village gatherings, elders recited these poems by the light of oil lamps, reminding young listeners that even in the darkest moments, the light of courage could guide a nation. The image of Thermopylae in art grew richer with time. Painters and sculptors, inspired by the dramatic clash between the few and the many, captured the stark contrasts of the battle. They depicted the rugged terrain, the fierce expressions of the warriors, and the tragic beauty of a last stand that defied fate. In many works, the heroism of the Spartans was set against a backdrop of serene nature, a reminder that even in the midst of violence, there could be moments of solemn grace. Statues and reliefs were erected in public squares, each telling a part of the epic story. The figures, rendered in simple yet powerful lines, served not only as memorials to the fallen but also as symbols of the strength that comes from unity and selfless duty. Literature, too, took up the mantle of preserving Thermopylae's memory. Historians recorded the events in detailed accounts, while playwrights turned the battle into a dramatic narrative full of emotional highs and deep sorrows. The themes of sacrifice, honor, and resistance resonated with readers and theatergoers alike. In many ancient works, the conflict was portrayed as a turning point in the struggle for freedom, a moment when the spirit of a people was put on trial. The recurring motif of the narrow pass became a metaphor for the human condition. Life is full of obstacles, yet it is in overcoming them that true greatness is born. These literary works not only celebrated the heroism of the defenders but also served as moral guides, urging each generation to cherish liberty and stand together in the face of adversity. The influence of Thermopylae extended far beyond the borders of Greece. Throughout history, leaders and revolutionaries looked to the battle as an example of what a small, determined group could achieve. In times of political turmoil and foreign occupation, the memory of Thermopylae was invoked as a rallying cry for resistance. In speeches, the battle was described in simple, stirring language, a call to arms that emphasized the power of unity and the cost of freedom. Leaders reminded their followers that while armies might conquer lands, they could never conquer the will of a people united by a shared purpose. This idea has been passed down in countless songs, speeches, and stories, ensuring that Thermopylae remained a symbol of hope and defiance. In modern times, the battle has found its place in popular culture. Films, documentaries, and novels have retold the events at Thermopylae with dramatic flair, bringing the ancient story to life for a new generation. While some of these retellings take creative liberties, they all draw on the timeless themes of courage and sacrifice. The simplicity of the language in many of these works makes the story accessible to a wide audience, ensuring that even those without a deep knowledge of history can appreciate the profound lessons it offers. Documentaries often include interviews with historians who stress how the battle became a foundation for the idea that freedom is worth fighting for, no matter the cost. The cultural memory of Thermopylae is also preserved in everyday symbols. In Greece, many schools and public institutions bear names that honor the battle or its heroes. Monuments stand in quiet cemeteries and busy city centers, their inscriptions written in plain language that speaks to the heart. Visitors from around the world come to see these markers, feeling a connection to the past that transcends time. In the towns near the ancient pass, festivals and commemorative events are held each year. Local musicians perform traditional songs that tell the tale of the defenders, and families gather to remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice. Such events are both solemn and uplifting, a reminder that the memory of Thermopylae continues to inspire a deep sense of national pride and responsibility. The lessons of Thermopylae have also shaped the way the Greeks see themselves. For many, the battle is not just a distant historical event but a living part of their identity. It teaches that true strength comes not from numbers or wealth, but from a shared commitment to one another. This moral lesson, passed on in classrooms and community centers, encourages each individual to contribute to the welfare of society. It is a reminder that the spirit of unity and sacrifice can overcome even the greatest challenges. In times of modern hardship, the example of Thermopylae offers comfort and guidance, a proof that the bonds of loyalty and love for one's homeland can prevail over tyranny and despair. Moreover, the story has helped bridge differences among various Greek communities. Once divided by regional rivalries and local disputes, people now come together under the common banner of Thermopylae. The battle has become a unifying legend, reminding all Greeks that their strength lies in their shared history and collective memory. This unity has been crucial in forging a modern national identity, one that honors both ancient traditions and contemporary aspirations. By remembering the sacrifices made on that narrow pass, communities find common ground and a renewed sense of purpose, demonstrating that the legacy of Thermopylae is not confined to the past but is a living force that continues to shape the future. The influence of Thermopylae is evident in art, literature, politics, and daily life. It has transcended its original context to become a universal symbol of resistance against overwhelming odds. The simple language of the ancient accounts, clear, direct, and heartfelt, has allowed the story to be understood by people of all ages and backgrounds. This accessibility has helped maintain its relevance, ensuring that each generation can find inspiration in the courage and determination of those who fought on that rocky pass. Even as new challenges arise in an ever-changing world, the memory of Thermopylae remains a source of strength. Its lessons encourage individuals to stand up for what is right, to fight for justice, and to cherish the freedom that has been won through great sacrifice. In this way, the battle's cultural legacy endures, a timeless reminder that the human spirit is capable of overcoming even the most formidable obstacles. The story of Thermopylae, with its blend of beauty and tragedy, continues to be told in the simplest of words, ensuring that the voices of the past still speak to the hearts of the present. In every song sung, every poem written, and every monument built, Thermopylae lives on. The memory of that fateful day is a constant companion to the people of Greece and a symbol of hope to all who believe in the power of unity. It is a story that reminds us that while battles may be fought on the fields of history, the true victory lies in the spirit that survives in the hearts of those who dare to dream of a better world. The story of Thermopylae has long been told as a tale of heroic sacrifice and unyielding defiance. Over the centuries, however, historians and scholars have questioned how much of the popular narrative is true and how much is a product of myth-making. Many debates have arisen over details such as the number of warriors present, the exact sequence of events, and even the motivations behind the actions of key figures. In this chapter, we explore the many arguments that have emerged about Thermopylae, weighing the historical evidence against the powerful legends that have grown up around the battle. Ancient writers like Herodotus and Plutarch provided the earliest accounts of the battle. Their narratives are filled with dramatic details. The Stoic Spartans, the legendary 300 who fought to the last breath, and the betrayal by Ephialtes. These accounts, written centuries after the events, have served as the basis for much of the modern understanding of Thermopylae. Yet many historians argue that these sources, while invaluable, were shaped by the need to inspire and to create a powerful national myth. Herodotus, often called the father of history, sometimes mixed fact with storytelling, and his numbers may have been exaggerated to serve the narrative of Greek valor against overwhelming odds. Some scholars maintain that the myth of the 300 Spartans is an oversimplification. They note that the Greek forces were actually a coalition of many city-states, with Spartans representing only a part of the defense. According to archaeological evidence and other contemporary records, the number of defenders was higher than the popularly recounted 300. This larger force included warriors from Thespis, Thebes, and other small communities, all united in a desperate bid to block the Persian advance. These historians suggest that the focus on the Spartans has overshadowed the contributions of the other Greek allies, whose stories have been lost or merged into the larger legend. Other debates revolve around the tactical and strategic elements of the battle. Some modern analysts question whether the narrow pass of Thermopylae provided as strong a defensive advantage as tradition holds. Detailed studies of the terrain, combined with a re-examination of ancient texts, have led to discussions about how the geography might have actually influenced the battle. For example, while the narrow pass did limit the number of attackers who could engage at one time, it may also have exposed the defenders to attacks from unexpected angles, especially after the betrayal opened a flank. The idea that the Greek position was impregnable is thus challenged by scholars who see the battle as more complex and fluid than the static images of heroic last stands. In addition to debates about numbers and tactics, there is considerable discussion regarding the psychological impact of the battle and its subsequent portrayal in Greek culture. Many modern historians argue that the story of Thermopylae was used not only as a military lesson but also as a moral and cultural rallying point. The narrative of heroic sacrifice has been taught as an example of the Greek spirit and has shaped the national identity for centuries. However, some critics claim that this focus on valor and sacrifice may have distorted the historical record. They suggest that the myth was deliberately amplified by later writers and politicians to serve ideological purposes, making it difficult to separate fact from embellishment. The Persian side of the story has also been a subject of debate. While the Greek accounts are rich with descriptions of valor and defiance, very few contemporary Persian sources have survived to provide their perspective on the battle. This lack of primary evidence means that much of what is known about the Persian forces comes from Greek historians who had an interest in portraying their enemy in a negative light. Some scholars argue that this bias has led to an underestimation of the sophistication and discipline of the Persian army. They point out that the Persians, with their diverse array of troops from across a vast empire, demonstrated flexibility and coordination that deserves recognition. In this light, the victory at Thermopylae might be seen less as a triumph of the enemy and more as a hard-fought engagement between two formidable forces. The role of Ephialtes, the traitor who revealed the secret path to the Persians, is yet another area of contention. Traditional accounts portray him as a selfish, cowardly man whose actions brought doom upon the Greeks. However, some historians have proposed alternative interpretations. They question whether Ephialtes was driven solely by greed and resentment, or whether there might have been deeper social and political reasons behind his decision. Could it be that he felt alienated by a society that offered him little recognition, or that he had been manipulated by Persian emissaries? These questions are important because they remind us that individuals in history often act out of a complex mix of motives, and the simple labels of traitor or hero may not capture the full truth of their actions. Modern debates also touch upon the reliability of our ancient sources. The survival of certain texts over others has been partly a matter of chance, and many details of Thermopylae are based on works that were written down centuries after the battle. With the discovery of new archaeological sites and the advancement of analytical methods, scholars are constantly reassessing previous conclusions. Some researchers have used computer simulations and modern military analysis to try to reconstruct the battle. Their findings sometimes support traditional accounts and sometimes suggest a more nuanced scenario, in which both sides experienced unexpected setbacks and strategic errors. In classrooms and academic circles alike, these debates are not merely academic exercises. They shape how modern societies understand the past. The Battle of Thermopylae has come to symbolize the struggle for freedom against overwhelming odds, and this image has inspired countless political leaders and military strategists throughout history. Yet historians caution that while the myth is powerful, it is essential to approach it critically. Understanding the true events of Thermopylae requires sifting through layers of propaganda, personal bias, and later reinterpretations. It is a challenge that calls for humility and a willingness to accept that history is often more complex than the stories handed down through the ages. The influence of later writers, especially during the Renaissance and Enlightenment periods, further complicated the picture. Poets and philosophers celebrated Thermopylae as a model of heroic resistance, sometimes embellishing the facts to fit a narrative of noble sacrifice. Over time, the battle became a symbol not just of military valor but also of the human capacity to stand up for one's beliefs, regardless of the cost. These literary and artistic representations helped cement Thermopylae in the cultural imagination of Europe and beyond, but they also contributed to the blurring of myth and history. Debate continues today as new evidence is uncovered and as historians apply fresh perspectives to old sources. Some recent studies have focused on the logistics of the Greek defense, including how supplies were managed and how communication was maintained during the prolonged engagement. These practical concerns, often overlooked in earlier accounts, add another layer to our understanding of the battle. They suggest that while the Greek defenders exhibited extraordinary courage, They were also confronted with the harsh realities of sustaining an army under extreme conditions. This practical viewpoint does not diminish their heroism but instead paints a fuller picture of the challenges they faced. The discussion of Thermopylae's legacy is intertwined with broader questions about how history is written and remembered. Myths are not necessarily false. They are often built on kernels of truth that have been magnified over time. The enduring appeal of Thermopylae lies in its ability to capture an ideal, courage in the face of impossible odds. Yet, as scholars have shown, the process of myth-making can obscure important details and lead to oversimplification. It is the task of modern historians to balance these elements, to honor the spirit of the battle while also recognizing that reality was a mosaic of many different, sometimes contradictory, stories. In the end, the debates over Thermopylae serve as a reminder that history is not a fixed narrative but an evolving conversation. New discoveries, new interpretations, and even new technologies continue to challenge our assumptions about what happened on that narrow path so many years ago. The clash between myth and reality at Thermopylae is not a sign of weakness in our understanding of the past. Rather, it is a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and the ways in which we seek to make sense of our most defining moments. These ongoing discussions encourage us to look beyond simple labels and to appreciate the complexities that underlie any historical event. They invite us to question long-held beliefs, to consider alternative viewpoints, and to recognize that even the most celebrated stories can have hidden depths. The legacy of Thermopylae, then, is not merely a tale of heroic sacrifice but also a living debate about how we remember and interpret the past. It challenges each generation to confront its own values and to decide which parts of the story resonate most deeply with the truths of human experience. As the centuries pass, the myths and debates surrounding Thermopylae continue to evolve. Every retelling, every scholarly paper, and every classroom discussion adds another layer to the tapestry of history. While the core image of a small band of warriors holding off a vast empire endures, the details of that struggle remain open to interpretation. In this way, Thermopylae lives on as both a historical event and a symbol, a dual legacy that inspires us to search for truth even as we are moved by the power of myth. Ultimately, the debates over Thermopylae remind us that history is a dialogue between the past and the present. They underscore the importance of examining our sources carefully and of being open to new insights. While the legends of heroic sacrifice are compelling, it is the careful, critical work of historians that helps us understand the full complexity of our shared past. In this ongoing conversation, the story of Thermopylae remains a vibrant and dynamic part of our cultural heritage, a tale that continues to provoke thought, inspire courage, and challenge us to look beyond simple explanations to find a deeper truth. The story of Thermopylae has left a deep mark on military history, teaching lessons that extend far beyond the narrow pass where brave men once fought. In this chapter, we explore how the events of that battle have shaped ideas about warfare, strategy, and leadership. The battle showed that fighting with a small force could hold off a much larger enemy when certain conditions were met. These lessons, learned on rocky ground and in the heat of combat, have been studied and applied by military leaders over many centuries. One of the most important lessons from Thermopylae is the value of using the land to one's advantage. The narrow pass of Thermopylae limited the number of enemy soldiers who could attack at once. By choosing a battlefield where the enemy could not bring their full force into play, the Greek defenders were able to stand their ground against overwhelming odds. Modern military thinkers often talk about choke points, natural or man-made narrow places where a small force can stop a larger one. Thermopylae is one of the earliest examples of this idea. The Greeks used the terrain to reduce the impact of the enemy's superior numbers, showing that the proper use of the land is as important as having a large army. Another lesson is the importance of unity and discipline in battle. The Greek forces, especially the Spartans, fought as a single unit. Their training from a young age taught them how to move and fight together, creating a wall of shields and spears known as the phalanx. This tight formation was difficult for the enemy to break. The unity among the soldiers was so strong that they trusted each other completely. They knew that if one man fell, his comrades would fill the gap and keep the line unbroken. This lesson has influenced military tactics throughout history. Leaders have come to see that a well-drilled, united force can often hold its own against a larger, less organized enemy. Thermopylae also taught the value of fighting with clear purpose. The defenders did not fight for personal glory or wealth. They fought for their homes, their freedom, and the future of their people. Their courage in the face of almost certain defeat created a powerful message that went far beyond the battlefield. In later years, this message of sacrifice and dedication has inspired many to stand up against injustice. Military academies and leaders study Thermopylae to remind soldiers that fighting is not just about strategy and numbers. It is also about belief and honor. The Greeks showed that when a force is bound by a common purpose, even the smallest group can challenge an empire. The battle is also remembered for its lessons on leadership. King Leonidas of Sparta led by example. He fought on the front lines, sharing the hardships of his soldiers. His decision to stay with his men, even when he knew the odds were against him, has been remembered as a model of selfless leadership. Leonidas showed that a leader must share the same dangers as those he commands. His actions helped to boost the morale of his troops, and his memory has inspired generations of leaders to lead with both courage and empathy. This lesson in leadership, of being present and sharing in the struggle, is one that modern commanders still hold dear. The tactics of the Persians also provide valuable lessons. Although they eventually won the battle, their strategies were not without their flaws. The Persian army was vast and diverse, with troops from many lands who did not always fight in perfect coordination. Their reliance on overwhelming numbers meant that they sometimes underestimated the importance of careful planning and precise execution. In contrast, the Greeks, though few in number, relied on careful planning and the effective use of their resources. This teaches modern strategists that quality often matters more than quantity. A smaller, well-trained force that is fully aware of its strengths and weaknesses can be more effective than a large, poorly organized one. Thermopylae also demonstrates the power of intelligence and the impact of betrayal on military outcomes. The secret path revealed by Ephialtes allowed the Persians to attack the Greek forces from an unexpected direction. This betrayal reminds us that knowing the enemy's plans and protecting one's own secrets is crucial in war. Modern military operations invest heavily in intelligence, cybersecurity, and counterintelligence to prevent such weaknesses. The loss of a hidden advantage can have devastating consequences, and this idea continues to be a central focus in military planning. Another lesson from Thermopylae is the importance of resilience. Even when the situation seemed hopeless, the Greek soldiers continued to fight with determination. Their resolve showed that even in the face of insurmountable odds, a steadfast spirit can buy time, inspire resistance, and eventually change the course of history. This resilience has become a standard that military forces around the world strive to emulate. Training programs today emphasize not only physical strength and tactical skills but also mental toughness and the ability to persevere under pressure. The defenders of Thermopylae are often cited as an example of how resilience can be as powerful a weapon as any sword or spear. The battle also highlights the role of sacrifice in war. The Greeks knew that they might not win the battle, but they fought knowing that their stand could serve a greater purpose. Their sacrifice slowed the Persian advance and provided time for other Greek forces to prepare. This idea of fighting a delaying action, a sacrifice meant to protect something larger than oneself, has been a key tactic in many military campaigns. By choosing to hold the line and endure heavy losses, the defenders of Thermopylae demonstrated that sometimes the goal of a battle is not immediate victory but the preservation of hope for future success. The long-term military lessons of Thermopylae have influenced warfare for centuries. During the medieval period, commanders studied ancient battles to learn how to use terrain and fortifications to their advantage. In more recent times, modern military theorists have looked to Thermopylae as an example of how small forces can delay or disrupt larger armies. The idea that a determined force can hold out against a superior enemy has inspired many successful defensive strategies in wars throughout history. Even outside the direct context of battle, the lessons of Thermopylae have had a wider influence. They have helped shape ideas about national identity and the spirit of resistance. The story has been used by leaders and movements to rally people in times of crisis, proving that the legacy of a single battle can extend far beyond the battlefield. The moral and psychological lessons about unity, sacrifice, and courage continue to resonate today. In a world where conflicts still arise, the memory of Thermopylae serves as a reminder that the human spirit, when united by a common cause, can overcome even the greatest of challenges. Furthermore, the battle has had an impact on how history is taught. In classrooms around the world, the story of Thermopylae is used to illustrate the importance of strategy, the impact of terrain, and the value of leadership. Students learn that a well-coordinated force with a clear purpose can challenge the odds, and that even the smallest group can make a significant difference. This lesson has inspired many to study history, learning not only about past conflicts but also about the ideas that drive societies to fight for freedom and justice. In the end, the long-term military lessons from Thermopylae go far beyond the simple facts of battle. They are about how people can come together in the face of adversity, how clever use of terrain can turn the tide of war, and how strong leadership can inspire a nation. The Greek stand at Thermopylae reminds us that history is not only a record of events but also a source of wisdom for future generations. The lessons learned on that rocky pass have become a cornerstone of military thought and continue to guide leaders and soldiers alike. These timeless lessons encourage us to think deeply about the nature of conflict and the power of unity. They show that even when outnumbered and facing impossible odds, a small, determined group can hold off a larger force and inspire the world. The Battle of Thermopylae remains a powerful symbol of resilience and the enduring strength of the human spirit, a symbol that will continue to teach us the value of careful planning, bold leadership, and the willingness to sacrifice for a greater cause. The story of Thermopylae is not merely a record of a single battle fought many centuries ago. It is a living symbol of the human spirit and the eternal struggle for freedom. As we bring this epic narrative to a close, we reflect on how the events that took place on that rocky pass have shaped not only military thought and cultural identity but also the moral values that continue to inspire people around the world. The legacy of Thermopylae is woven into the fabric of history, reminding us that even when faced with overwhelming odds, courage, unity, and sacrifice can light a path toward hope. In the early hours of that fateful day, a small band of Greek warriors, led by the noble King Leonidas and his 300 Spartans, stood firm against an enemy far larger than themselves. Their determination to defend their homeland against the invading Persian forces has echoed throughout the ages. The brave soldiers of Thermopylae demonstrated that the strength of a nation lies not in its numbers but in the resolve and discipline of its people. They chose to stand together in a narrow pass where the terrain itself became their shield, showing the world that a united force could delay, if not stop, a mighty empire. The battle itself was a mix of heroism and tragedy. On one side, the Greek defenders fought with a passion born from a deep love for their country. Their unity was evident in every shield raised and every spear thrust. as they formed an unbroken line against a seemingly endless tide of enemies. On the other side, the Persians, with their vast numbers and diverse troops, advanced steadily. Their victory in the immediate aftermath of the battle was not a triumph of overwhelming force alone, but also a result of betrayal. A single act by Ephialtes, a man driven by personal ambition, who revealed a secret path that would prove fatal to the Greek defenses. Yet even as the Persian army claimed the field, the true victory of Thermopylae was measured not by the loss of life, but by the message it sent. The sacrifice of the defenders. Each man who chose to give his life rather than surrender became a beacon of moral courage. Their willingness to face death for the sake of their values instilled a deep sense of pride and determination in the Greek people. This act of selflessness has been remembered in poems, songs, and paintings throughout history. It taught that freedom has a price and that the fight for a just cause may require the ultimate sacrifice. Over the centuries, the memory of Thermopylae has taken on many forms. For the ancient Greeks, the battle was a call to unity, a reason to set aside local rivalries in favor of a collective defense against foreign domination. This spirit of cooperation helped to forge a national identity that celebrated bravery and resilience. In the arts, the scene of a small group holding off a vast army has been immortalized in sculptures, murals, and literature. These artistic expressions have served not only as memorials to the fallen but also as a source of inspiration for future generations. Military leaders have long studied the tactics used at Thermopylae. The use of a narrow pass to neutralize the enemy's numerical advantage is a lesson in strategy that resonates even today. Modern armies learn from the Greek example that careful choice of terrain, strict discipline, and the willingness to fight for a cause greater than oneself can sometimes overcome a disadvantage in numbers. The idea of delaying an enemy through a heroic stand has influenced countless battles in history. Commanders in later eras have often cited Thermopylae as a reminder that quality, unity, and determination can be as effective as brute strength. The psychological and moral impact of Thermopylae on the Greek people was profound. In the years following the battle, survivors and witnesses alike passed down the story as a tale of eternal defiance. It became a touchstone for Greek identity, a reminder that their ancestors had once stood up against a formidable foe and paid a heavy price for freedom. This narrative helped to galvanize resistance during later periods of foreign occupation and played a role in the eventual resurgence of Greek independence. Even today, the memory of Thermopylae is taught in schools and celebrated in public ceremonies, reinforcing the idea that the spirit of resistance and the value of sacrifice remain relevant in every age. The legacy of Thermopylae is also evident in the way it has transcended national boundaries. The story of a small force facing an unstoppable enemy has universal appeal. It has been embraced by people around the world as a symbol of the fight for liberty, justice, and human dignity. During moments of political turmoil and social strife, leaders and activists have invoked the memory of Thermopylae to inspire determination and unity among their followers. The battle serves as a reminder that even the smallest group, armed with conviction and solidarity, can challenge the forces of oppression. In today's global landscape, where conflicts continue to arise and the struggle for freedom is far from over, Thermopylae stands as a timeless beacon. Its lessons are simple yet powerful. Stand together, use your strengths wisely, and never let the fear of overwhelming odds stop you from defending what is right. The enduring legacy of Thermopylae teaches that courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to carry on despite it. The battle reminds us that true heroism is measured by one's willingness to sacrifice personal gain for the greater good, and that such sacrifice can change the course of history. Moreover, the influence of Thermopylae reaches into everyday life. It has become a part of the cultural lexicon, a reference point for discussions about bravery, sacrifice, and duty. In literature and cinema, the image of warriors standing against impossible odds continues to captivate audiences, serving as a powerful metaphor for the struggles we face in our own lives. This battle is not confined to the pages of history books. It lives on in our dreams, our aspirations, and our collective memory. It challenges each of us to consider what we are willing to endure and what we are willing to fight for in the name of freedom and justice. The conclusion drawn from Thermopylae is both a celebration and a solemn reminder. It celebrates the power of the human spirit, the strength found in unity, and the enduring importance of fighting for one's beliefs. At the same time, it serves as a reminder of the heavy cost that is often required to secure freedom. The sacrifice of those who fell on that rocky pass is a debt that the nation of Greece, and indeed all who cherish liberty, can never fully repay. Yet, it is through remembering their sacrifice that we are able to keep their spirit alive. Today, as we face new challenges in an ever-changing world, the lessons of Thermopylae continue to inspire us. The ideals of courage, loyalty, and selflessness remain as important as ever, urging us to stand together in the face of adversity. The enduring legacy of that ancient battle is a call to all people, regardless of time or place, to defend the values that make us human. It reminds us that the light of hope and freedom can shine brightly even in the darkest moments if we are willing to stand for what we believe in. In every retelling of Thermopylae, whether in classrooms, museums, or through the arts, the memory of that ancient stand is preserved. It is a legacy built on the blood, sweat, and tears of those who fought not for conquest, but for the right to live in dignity and freedom. Their sacrifice has become a timeless lesson that continues to guide us. The story of Thermopylae, with its blend of glory and tragedy, remains a cornerstone of our shared history, a history that teaches us the true cost of freedom and the unyielding power of unity. As we conclude this journey through the history, culture, and lessons of Thermopylae, we are reminded that the past is never truly gone. It lives on in the values we uphold, the struggles we endure, and the hope that burns in every heart determined to resist tyranny. The legacy of Thermopylae is not just about a battle lost or a heroic stand that ended in sacrifice. It is about the spirit that endures, the lessons that inspire, and the eternal promise that freedom is worth fighting for. May the memory of those brave souls who stood on that narrow pass continue to light our way, reminding us that even when the odds are insurmountable, the courage of a few can inspire the many, and the light of freedom can never be extinguished.